Okay, we're streaming live. It's July 14th, 2026. It's Bastille Day in France. July 14th, 2026. Don't forget to tap that like button. Hit subscribe. You know that you want to. All right, let's see. Let's just get set up here. We've got to get started on Twitch as well. Perfect. Okay, so we're on Twitch. We're on YouTube. That's good. We don't have a chat set up. That's weird. Why is our chat not set up? Let's see about this. We'll see about this. Let me figure this out. Okay. There we go. Let's see. How do I pop out the chat? Oh, I gotta sign in. Okay. That's what's going on. I gotta sign in. Okay. That's what's happening. Okay, let's pop that out. Perfect. I gotta sign in. Okay. That's what's happening. Okay, let's pop that out. Perfect. And I gotta sign in. Okay. That's what's happening. Okay, let's pop that out. Perfect. And I gotta sign in. Okay. Hello, everybody. Okay, we got our chat set up. That's good. And I gotta sign in. Okay. Hello, everybody. Okay, we got our chat set up. That's good. And I gotta sign in. Okay. Hello. All right, so we're just gonna get started here. Thanks for joining. Don't forget to tap the like and subscribe to the page. Hello, everyone. All right, so we're just gonna get started here. Thanks for joining. Don't forget to tap the like and subscribe to the page. Hello, everyone. All right, so we're just gonna get started here. You're right. That's so awkward. I couldn't hear it, but thank you, Thugbone. Yes, there was an open tab which had my live stream up, so we were getting very meta. But it should be quiet. It should be quiet now, right? Okay, we're all good now. That's good. Yeah, I don't hear anything. So, yes. What's up, Lurley? Hello, Yassar. Okay, here we go. So, we're going to get into the top stories of the evening. Sorry about that. Sorry, Lolo. Okay, so the battle for Hormuz. I usually start with a Wall Street Journal article just to see what they're saying. What's the top story here? The battle for Hormuz. Trump shifts into dangerous new phase in Iran war. President Trump's new plan to wrest control of the Strait of Hormuz by resuming strikes and reimposing the blockade is his third major shift in military strategy as he searches for a way to turn the tables on Iran in the nearly 5-month-old war. Wow, it's been 5 months. That's pretty crazy. I remember February 28th like it was yesterday. Trump has tried air and missile attacks, a naval quarantine, and now the calibrated use of firepower. Here, let's see if I can blow this up a little bit so you can see it. We're reading. So, Trump has tried air and missile attacks, a naval quarantine, and now the calibrated use of firepower to try to coerce Tehran to agree to his terms in addition to diplomatic inducements. But Iran has exploited its proximity to a major oil export route to defy Washington and joust for influence across the Middle East. A stable peace appears elusive, some former officials say, as each side is calculating that it can win the long game in a test of wills that may haunt the rest of Trump's presidency, including through the midterm elections in November. We are now locked in a coercive war of attrition. Both sides are trying to push the other past some unknowable pain threshold, said Kenneth Pollack, the vice president of the Middle East Institute and a former CIA analyst. Coercive wars can go on and on. As the fighting continues, the course of the war will be shaped by Iran's attempts to reconstitute its missile force and air defenses and by the U.S. ability to continue its strikes, making the most of its declining weapons inventories. We are in another phase of the war, said Vali Nasser, professor at Johns Hopkins and a scholar on Iran. This is really a fight over leverage. It is not a fight over the regime. And ultimately, you could argue that this is a fight against China. That's right, China. Ultimately, the U.S. cannot get Iran to give up its nuclear program or accept the American terms for ending the war as long as the Iranians are holding the Strait of Hormuz, he added. And Iran is trying to protect its leverage by proving proving that the United States cannot take the strait back by force. The Trump administration wasn't bargaining for an open-ended conflict when it rolled the dice in late February and joined Israel's military campaign to eliminate Iran's leadership and cripple its arsenal of ballistic missiles and launchers. Trump acclaimed the prospects for a decisive victory on the opening night of the operation when he touted the might of the American military and called on the Iranian security forces to lay down their arms or face certain death. Trump said the brunt of the fighting could be over in 4 to 6 weeks as Iranian forces found themselves outclassed by the more technologically advanced American military that was able to penetrate the country's airspace at will by firing, standoff munitions into the country. That doesn't mean that you have air superiority. In fact, that's a demonstration of the fact that you don't have air superiority. You can't fly your fighter jets into Iran and drop bombs. You have to fire from ships off the coast of Iran because you do not have control of their airspace. For analysts, it was Trump's version of shock and awe. Here's a picture of a projectile approached a truck at an undisclosed location. Whatever. Even so, there were limits on the scope of the Pentagon's actions. The use of ground forces was never an appealing option for a president who had decried the forever wars in which the U.S. military has spent long years in Afghanistan and Iraq. If Iran was to be defeated or driven to the negotiating table, the battles would need to be won in the air and at sea. Following 5 weeks of intensive airstrikes, the White House declared a ceasefire with Iran to begin talks between Vice President J.D. Vance and top Iranian officials in Islamabad in April, but after those talks failed, Trump shifted to an economic siege, a maritime blockade. Effective immediately, the United States Navy, the finest in the world, he says, will begin the process of blockading any and all ships trying to enter or leave the Strait of Hormuz, Trump said in a social media post that month. That step was intended to put pressure on Iran to abandon its own efforts to interfere with oil traffic in the Persian Gulf and meet the American demands that Tehran curtail its nuclear program. But the White House soon discovered that its blockade could be a double-edged sword. The 20% of the world's oil had passed through the Strait of Hormuz. With the waterway closed, oil stockpiles around the world were declining as countries dipped into their reserves. That raised the possibility of a perfect political storm in which oil prices would increase as the midterm elections approached in the United States, and opinion polls indicated many Americans were unhappy about the Iran war. The infamous Memorandum of Understanding that the United States concluded with Iran in June last month to reopen the Strait of Hormuz and set the stage for nuclear talks appeared at first to avert those political risks. One of the Trump administration's goals in forging that agreement, Vance said in a television appearance, was to refill some stocks. That's true. It's one of the times he said the quiet part out loud. That was the only reason to reach an agreement with Iran, was to refill their oil stocks before considering further foreign policy steps, aka more war. But within days of signing the interim peace agreement, the U.S. and Iran were clashing over how to interpret the memorandum. While Trump officials saw the deal as unlocking oil traffic through the strait, Iran insisted that it gave it control over the waterway.
which it did because Iran wrote the MOU and the Americans signed off on it. And I think it was paragraph 5, or maybe it was even the first paragraph, I'm not sure. But one of those paragraphs in the Memorandum of Understanding dictated that Iran had full control over the Strait of Hormuz, and any ship that entered the Strait of Hormuz had to be cleared by Iran. And if it wasn't, it was going to get struck, which happened. Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps repeatedly fired at commercial ships transiting the strait, triggering U.S. strikes in retaliation. By Monday, Trump proclaimed yet another strategy shift. Stepped up airstrikes and the reimposition of a U.S. military blockade that would block ships from entering or leaving Iranian ports. He also declared that the United States would be a guardian of the strait, imposing an extraordinary 20% fee for cargo passing through the waterway. Although, remember, in true taco fashion, it's Taco Tuesday, right? Apparently, Trump has walked back that 20% fee, which we'll read about as well momentarily. So, yeah, in fact, it said it right here. He dropped the demand for a fee a day later, today. Trump orders for open-ended strikes went beyond the tit-for-tat blows Tehran and Washington have exchanged in recent weeks, hitting Iranian radars, anti-ship missiles, and drones that Tehran has used to try to control the strait. Those U.S. attacks also include the first American use of unmanned surface vessels to attack the port at Bandar Abbas, and a strike against a rail bridge in northern Iran that is used for trade with Russia and China. So that's pretty interesting. Isn't that the same route that they were just touting that Iran has figured out to get their oil to China? They have a land route, you know. It's like the shipping lanes are not quite as important as they might have been in the late 20th century. But, you know, with China's Belt and Road Initiative, its Shanghai cooperation, which I want to talk about too, has figured out a way to circumvent what is ostensibly a United States blockade against the entire global economy. So far, those blows are less intense than the opening weeks of the United States military campaign, marking a more calibrated use of American military power as the Trump administration seeks to pressure Iran to abandon its goal of controlling the strait. A half a dozen B-52s that had been deployed in Britain for use against Iran have flown back to the United States. While the prospects for a nuclear accord have faded, Trump administration officials are keeping open the option to strike at the supplies of enriched uranium that American B-2 bombers and cruise missiles hit a year ago in an earlier conflict. And just as a footnote, we should remind our audience that Trump claimed in June of 2025, over a year ago, that their entire nuclear program, there being Iran in this case, Iran's entire nuclear program was, quote, obliterated. But we're back to striking the same sites for the same purpose? Kind of sounds like they weren't obliterated. Iran has continued to strike oil tankers in Gulf states in the region, killing and wounding some sailors, but it has refrained from fresh attacks on Israeli or Saudi targets. Very disappointing. As Tehran seems to calibrate its policy in the region, with this new phase of the war, the prospects for a quick win or an enduring peace have faded. Both sides are escalating in a dangerous way in order to increase leverage and weaken the other, and eventually return to the negotiating table, preferably with a stronger hand, said Sanam Vakil, a Middle East director at London think tank Chatham House. But the showdown could backfire, folks, and spark a bigger conflict if they don't find an off-ramp. Former military officials say the United States can weaken the regime if it is persistent, but warn there is a long road ahead. The U.S. will need to identify and pursue a longer-term strategy that addresses Iran's focus on controlling the Strait of Hormuz, threatening its neighbors with missiles and drones and the nuclear weapons program, said Joseph Votel, the retired Army general who led Central Command from 2016 to 2019. This is going to be a long-term effort. So let's get a read on how Israelis are finding this, all these latest developments. Here is the liberal Zionist bastion of Haaretz. And their main article today says Trump walks back Hormuz transit fee, which we just talked about. The Gulf countries come under attack. It says here that U.S. President Donald Trump said Tuesday he had abandoned plans to impose a 20% fee, Taco Tuesday, on cargo transiting the Strait of Hormuz after Gulf leaders proposed expanding trade and investment ties with the United States instead. Speaking from the Oval Office, Trump said Gulf states had offered to invest billions and billions of dollars in the United States, calling the alternative much better than the proposed fee. Trump's remarks came as fighting between the United States and Iran continued across the Gulf. A U.S. official told ABC News that U.S. forces carried out additional airstrikes against military targets in Iran on Tuesday to eliminate emerging threats. I wonder what Pepe Escobar and Larry Johnson would think of this latest development of Trump walking back this transit fee. And, with the implication that the Gulf countries are going to do more business with the United States. What does that really, what does that really amount to, What does that really mean? Is that just a political excuse? Because they know that they can't enforce a 20% fee? Because they don't control the Strait of Hormuz? I don't know. A U.S. official told ABC News that U.S. forces carried out additional airstrikes against military targets in Iran on Tuesday to eliminate emerging threats. According to the official, the strikes had been underway for several hours but did not provide further details on the targets or the locations. I was called by different people, different countries, kings and emirs, all the people that we all know and love, and they said we'd love to do it a different way. Trump says oil is flowing like never before, thanks to the awesome power of the United States military. A special salute to Secretary of War Pete Kegsbreth, Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff Dan Kane, Admiral Brad Cooper, because of them and all members of the powerful military, most powerful military anywhere in the world by far. He's so hyperbolic, it's so ridiculous. The Strait of Hormuz is open to all ship traffic except for Iran, and that is because of their lying, violent, malicious leadership, which is taking them down the path of total destruction. We will therefore have a full blockade. I can feel Netanyahu having a raging boner as he reads this Trump tweet. But only on ships coming to and from Iranian ports or carrying anything having to do with Iranian cargo. Based on highly productive conversations with Middle East leadership, I have decided to replace the 20% United States reimbursement fee with trade and investment deals that the various Gulf states will be making into the United States. Those investments will be massive, but at the same time extraordinarily good for them and their future. Sort of reminds me, because I'm reading a lot of Michael Hudson these days, and he was talking about how the United States, in its bid to imperialize the entire world and control the oil pipelines and control the flow of oil, because as Henry Kissinger told us in the late 60s or early 70s, that if you can control oil, you can control nations, and that has been a fundamental U.S. foreign policy ever since World War II concluded. You have to wonder, because, there's sort of an analog with how we treated Europe and controlling, making sure that Europe received its oil from us and not from the likes of Russia. And, Europe, like Germany, really wanted to do a deal with Russia to get this oil. That's why they constructed the Nord Stream pipeline, which Joe Biden subsequently blew up, of course, in an act of terrorism. But as a way to placate the United States into accepting this deal that Germany and other countries in Western Europe were making with Russia to have their crude oil be imported from Russia at a substantially lower cost, they pledged $1 billion in developing ports for the United States oil industry. And so, and in other words, to, conduct trade with the United States with oil even though the oil was like going to be way more expensive. So it's like, is Saudi Arabia or these Gulf countries just trying to placate the United States by saying, please don't do the 20% fee. We don't need to do all that. We'll do some future business deals. Don't worry. Down the line. Don't worry about that. Just please don't put this 20% fee into place. It's just sort of something that I thought of just now. But moving on, it says in a Truth Social post, Trump said he would replace the United States reimbursement fee with trade and investment agreements with Gulf states, which he said would create additional millions of U.S. gerbs. Trump defended his original proposal, arguing that it was unfair for the United States to bear the cost of securing the strategic waterway while receiving little direct benefit. Quote, I don't think anybody should be able to charge a fee for the strait, he said, adding that the United States was protecting it for the entire world. Of course, they said the Strait of Hormuz remained open. I mean, isn't that kind of funny, though? The American exceptionalism that is just brimming every time you hear a United States official speak. You know, this is Trump saying, I don't think anyone should be able to charge a fee for the strait, as he's imposing a fee for the strait. It's only the United States, obviously, because we're exceptional. We can charge fees because we're doing it for the promotion of democracy and the free world and the free market, of course. But if any other country does that to us, that's terrorism. He said the Strait of Hormuz remained open to shipping except for vessels traveling to or from Iranian ports or carrying Iranian cargo, which he said were still subject to a U.S. blockade. This is kind of silly, right? I mean, it's obvious that we're reading Israeli publications. Like, they're not paying attention to anything that Iran is saying. What are the Iranian officials having to say about the Strait of Hormuz? They're the ones that actually control the Strait of Hormuz. I think whatever they say about the strait is actually bears more weight, more legitimacy, wouldn't you think? Here he is saying, I don't think anybody should charge a fee. No, I can't click on it. The proposal to charge vessels using the strategic waterway had raised legal questions, with Secretary of State Marco Rubio and Vice President J.D. Vance previously saying that international waterways cannot be subject to transit tolls. And again, we'll just remind you that the Strait of Hormuz is not an international waterway. It's jointly controlled by Iran and Oman, and that's according to international laws. That's because of the laws of the sea, the maritime laws that we have in place, that are, supposedly administered by our international institutions, call for 12 miles off the coast of a country is technically, up to 12 miles, is technically sovereign territory of that country that it forms a coastline with. So, the Strait of Hormuz is something like 20 miles wide. So you think, okay, roughly half of each side of the strait belongs to Oman and Iran. So it's not an international waterway, despite what Marco Rubio is trying to lie to us and get us to believe. Gulf states whose energy exports rely heavily on the strait had opposed the plan. Trump also said a Russia sanctions package under consideration in Congress could be expanded to include Iran and Hezbollah. So they're going to start sanctioning not just Russia. We're going to go back to, we already are sanctioning Iran. We're just going to ratchet up the sanctions, I guess. He said the legislation had a good chance of passing once finalized, describing it as a tribute to the late Republican, Senator Ladybug Lindsey Graham, who's a ladybug if I ever did see one. He had champions. That was one of the last things that Lindsey Graham was doing, was championing the Russian sanctions package. He was all giddy in his speech in Ukraine just before he died, just before Russia tapped that ass, allegedly. He was foaming at the mouth. Can't wait to get back home so I can put into place this new sanctions package against Russia. Well, sadly, he won't be able to. Or maybe gladly, he can check that off his list, right? Asked whether he regretted temporarily easing sanctions on Iran before reinstating them following renewed attacks near the strait, Trump said, "No, I gave them a chance. I wanted to give them a chance at making a deal." The Trump administration had temporarily eased oil sanctions as part of a memorandum of understanding with Iran. After Iranian attacks on vessels near the strait last week, the administration revoked the sanctions waivers, reinstated the naval blockade, and launched new military strikes. So as long as they have a pretext to do more sabotage and terrorism, they'll find one. Earlier Tuesday, Kuwait said its air defense systems were intercepting hostile aerial targets after explosions were heard in Kuwait City. Are these interceptions in the room with us? I didn't see any interceptions. While Iranian state media reported U.S. strikes on Kish and Keshem Islands in the Strait of Hormuz and explosions elsewhere in southwestern Iran, Iranian authorities did not immediately report casualties from the strikes. Earlier Tuesday, the European Union Aviation Safety Agency directed airlines to avoid airspace over Kuwait, Qatar, Bahrain, the UAE, and parts of the Gulf of Oman due to the escalating conflict. The UN High Commissioner for Human Rights, Volker Turk, called the renewed fighting a huge setback for civilians in the region and beyond, warning that continued attacks on civilian infrastructure and further disruption to shipping through the Strait of Hormuz risked deepening regional instability. Okay. Now, let's get Larry Johnson's take. Earlier today, he wrote why the United States is fighting a war in the Strait of Hormuz that it cannot win. The United States, according to Donald Trump's letter to Congress, has started a new war with Iran. We've got another 60 days. Put 60 days on the clock, ladies and gentlemen. We're going back to war. Strategic oil reserves be damned. Ew. Had like a piece of lint or something. Okay, so apparently no one told the Orange Man that the United States does not have enough weapons in its arsenal to pursue a campaign that lasts longer than a month. Let's start with some basics. Let's just go by the numbers. This is why we like Larry Johnson's analysis. He's very materialist. So let's start with the basics. The HIMARS, which is the high, I'm going to blank on the, what does it HIMARS stand for again? Whatever it is, it's ineffective. Let's just say that. It's the air defense, I think. HIMARS system. Highly mobile. Why is it called high? Okay, so high mobility. Mobility, HIM, high mobility artillery rocket system. It's a highly mobile, wheeled multiple rocket launcher developed by none other than Lockheed Martin, of course, mounted on a 5-ton truck chassis. It is engineered for swift deployment and can be transported by a C-130 aircraft. It delivers precise strikes and can fire up to 300 kilometers. Let's hear about how incompetent it is, though. So the HIMARS is not a missile or rocket. Let's recall. What does it stand for? High Mobility Artillery Rocket System. It is a launcher. It has been reported that missiles fired from HIMARS hit the Iranian coast the last 3 days, Saturday, Sunday, and Monday. There are 3 types of missiles/rockets that can be fired from the HIMARS. Here are the 3 types of missiles/rockets. The first is a precision strike missile. Its newer successor to the ATACMS. The maximum range is 500 plus kilometers in its baseline increment 1 form. It was deliberately designed to exceed 499 kilometers, the old floor imposed by the INF Treaty before that treaty lapsed in 2019. So the INF Treaty is I believe that's the treaty that supposedly outlawed these sorts of ballistic missiles. Let's just do a quick overview of that. So it's the Intermediate Range Nuclear Force Treaty. It was a landmark 1987 arms control agreement between the United States and the Soviet Union. It required both nations to permanently eliminate all ground-launched ballistic and cruise missiles with ranges between 500 and 5,500 kilometers. So you could say that these precision strike missiles are in violation of the INF Treaty, but I think the INF Treaty has been, obsolete for some time now. It was an arms control treaty. It was approved and ratified in 1988, but President Trump announced on the 20th of October 2018 that he was withdrawing from this treaty. And that is another example of the United States chartering treaties. I don't know if that's the right way of saying it, but signing treaties and then subsequently backing out of and violating their treaties. The very treaties that they set up with other nations, we always violate. There's many examples of this, and the INF Treaty is one of them. The Non-Proliferation Treaty, et cetera, et cetera. I'm blanking on it, but I have notes here because actually I've been reading about that too, about all the little treaties that we've sabotaged, that we created. Anyway, you get the point. So the old floor imposed by the INF Treaty before that treaty lapsed in 2019, well, I guess it was 2018, and open source estimates put its effective reach at roughly 500, 600 kilometers. Later increments are intended to extend it further, but the fielded version is the 500-plus kilometer baseline. The second missile that gets launched on a HIMARS unit is the Guided Multiple Launch Rocket System, the Precision Rockets, the baseline GMLRS Unitary and GMLRS Alternative Warhead. Both have a range of about 70 kilometers, roughly 45 miles, so considerably less of a target range than the precision strike missiles. The newer GMLRS extended range roughly doubles that, reaching targets up to 150 kilometers away. Then finally, there is the ATACMS, which stands for Army Tactical Missile System. Longer range ballistic missiles, the maximum range is approximately 300 kilometers. The early cluster munition variants, cluster munitions also outlawed by the UN, but we still use them. The early cluster munition variants were shorter, around 165 kilometers, but the GPS-aided unitary variants all reach out to about 300 kilometers, which has been the program's ceiling throughout its service life. The only two possible missiles that could have been used are the ATACMS and the PRSM, so not the GMLRS. He says, let me explain why. Measured as a straight line, a great circle, crossing from Bahrain over to the Iranian coast, the distance depends on the bearing you take, since the Gulf widens as you go northwest. Bahrain, roughly due north to Bushehr, is about 309 kilometers. The shortest crossing is 234 kilometers. Bahrain to the nearest Iranian shore, I should say. That's 234 kilometers. So we're doing the math here. Just to get into Iran with these missiles, you're already eating up so much airspace that it can't really penetrate into the Iranian territories, I think is where he's going with this. So let's continue. In other words, the ATACMS would fall short of Bushehr, but could hit parts of the coast to the south of Bushehr. That leaves the PRSM, the one with the longest range, as the only missile with the capability of striking targets along the Iranian coast of the Persian Gulf. But here's the problem confronting Trump. There are limited supplies of ATACMS and PRSMs. So let's go through the numbers. For the ATACMS, there were 3,700 to 4,000 produced over the program's entire lifetime, with Defense Express estimating that more than 2,500 in the U.S. inventory in various conditions at the end of 2024 and about 900 exported. The Pentagon is not buying any more ATACMS and is phasing it out in favor of the PRSM. I do not know how many have been fired since the start of Operation Epic Fury, but some sources claim a substantial number. Now to the PRSM. This is the newest and has the smallest inventory since it only recently entered service and made its combat debut in Epic Fury. There is no legacy stockpile. The number in hand is whatever has been delivered against early contracts. Contracts dating to 23 call for 335 missiles by 2029, phased as 54 in 26, 208 in 2028, and 73 in 29. So to wrap this all up, in other words, the United States had less than 60 available PRSM missiles at the start of Epic Fury in February. So there are also potential shortages, though not as dire, with the Tomahawk cruise missile and the JASSMs. During the 5 weeks of Epic Fury before the ceasefire was declared in early April, the U.S. fired 850 Tomahawks, which represented about 25% of the entire inventory. 400 were fired in the first 72 hours alone, which roughly amounts to 10% of the entire stockpile. That puts remaining stocks in the low 3,000s. That's not a problem, right? Wrong. Tomahawk output averaged about 86 per year over the past decade and had fallen to lows of 68 in FY 23, 34, and fiscal year 24, and a planned 22 in fiscal year 25, while, as we observed during Epic Fury, hundreds were expended in 3 days. Fiscal year 26 procurement was only 57 to 58 missiles. The responses of February 4, 2026 RTX framework agreement, I think RTX is Raytheon, right? Framework agreement targeting 1,000 plus per year over 7 years, and a fiscal year 27 Navy request for 785 Tomahawks, a roughly 1,200% jump. But because each missile takes 18 to 24 months to build, replacing the 1,000 plus expended in the Iran war is a multi-year project. Man, Lockheed Martin and Raytheon and Northrop Grumman, they really got their hands full. They're working round the clock these days. So, making matters worse, the Tomahawk requires 18 rare earth minerals that are controlled by the Chinese. The situation for the JASSM is even worse. That's another missile. Don't ask me what it stands for. I couldn't tell you. The most operationally relevant figure is for the JASSM-ER, the extended range stealth variant that's been the workhorse. Its pre-war global inventory stood at roughly 2,300 units. Operation Epic Fury drew that down hard. More than 1,000 expended since February 28, leaving an estimated 425 JASSMs remaining worldwide right now, or as of April. So the same structural problem we have seen across every system applies here. Even after expansion, planned production tops out around 1,000 missiles per year, roughly 19 per week, against a wartime consumption rate that analysts estimated at 500 to 800 JASSM-type missiles per week during high-intensity strikes on layered air defenses. So bottom line, the math is not mathing. That's the mismatch that took JASSM down to a few hundred rounds in about a month, and replenishment runs over multiple fiscal years. It, too, is vulnerable to the rare earth supply chain. Okay, so now we've gone through all the missile porn information that we could possibly want to know. CENTCOM claims that its objective in using force against Iran in the Strait of Hormuz is to degrade Iran's ability to attack commercial shipping, employing precision munitions against Iranian coastal defense systems, missile and drone sites, and maritime capabilities. But here's the next problem. Iran is firing more than 1,000 locations along the 171-mile coast stretch from Bandar Ilangay in the north to Sarik in the south. So they have over 1,000 locations along a stretch of 171 miles of coastline. If CENTCOM could destroy all missile and drone sites along the coast, it still leaves untouched the missile and drone launch sites in the interior of Iran that can still reach the strait. So in other words, the United States does not have enough Tomahawk and JASSMs in their inventory to degrade Iran's ability to attack non-compliant ships in the Strait of Hormuz. Larry also wants you to focus on the fact that Iran has a much easier task in retaliating against the United States attacks. The U.S. is carrying out air and missile operations from less than 10 bases. 2 in Jordan, 1 in Kuwait, 1 in Bahrain, 1 in Qatar, 1 in the UAE, and 1 in Oman. All Iran has to do every time is attack and pummel those same 7 bases repeatedly until they are no longer capable of supporting U.S. military operations. Instead of trying to hit 1,000 targets, many which are protected by caves or underground sites, Iran only has to focus on the limited number of bases hosting U.S. forces and operations. This is why Trump's war is doomed to fail. Wow. Amazing analysis. That's why we love Larry Johnson. He's always so on point. All right. So don't not tap the like. Subscribe to the channel. This is my backup live page. We're not done, okay? The noticing must continue. The noticing must go on. So Trump today said that Lindsey Graham's body, part of his body just blew up, which, I mean, that kind of makes sense, right? Especially when I think that it was Russia that killed him. Although we'll never get the full story. I'm trying to find that clip where he says this. I know I have it saved here somewhere. Let's see. Let me see here. I reposted a lot of shite. Wait, no, it's got to be here somewhere. Let me see if I can search it. Donald Trump says Lindsey Graham body blew up. Here it is. Trump says part of Lindsey Graham blew up.
Let's talk about robotic machine tending for a minute.
How about that?
This is an example of a pair of AIs.
Shut your mouth.
For Donald Trump to gently roast someone for yapping too much. He's the one who toasted his friend on Meet the Press, CNN's State of the Union, Fox and Friends. Trump was everywhere remembering Lindsey Graham, even when the host of the show appeared to not want him to.
These people suffer from a very fine disease known as Trump derangement syndrome, and he was seeing that. And
Mr. President,
so
did you notice
he was really come a long way on the terminating the filibuster.
But Mr. President,
shit. Damn it, I got bamboozled by this spammy website. Let's see. Maybe I can go on YouTube. Sorry about that. Trump, Lindsey Graham, body blew up. Let's see if we can find a clip about this. Oh, here we go. Nico House. Nico House is on it.
Lindsey Graham literally had a part of his body. So, Lindsey Graham literally had a part of his body that just blew up, according to Donald Trump. Yeah, the Russia theory is starting to look less
yes, it does.
like the conspiracy theory, and the heart attack is starting to look a little bit more like the conspiracy theory. Because when Trump was asked about this, right, the context is this particular anchor was asking about Russia and their potential involvement. And Trump goes on a diatribe about Lindsey Graham's father's history of heart issues, and then he says that that has nothing to do with it, actually. And a part of Lindsey Graham's body literally blew up. Now, in this particular case, the anchor asked about the potential for Russia having poisoned Lindsey Graham. And Trump does not even try to deny it. No, I still maintain the theory that it is likely that he was killed in that inspection at the Ukrainian factory.
Yep.
But the fact that Trump
so
is still
crazy.
entertaining the idea that Russia was involved says all we need to know. But other than that, let's look at the fact that Lindsey Graham had his house raided by the FBI. When Judge Scalia died, the FBI didn't raid his house.
Wow, I didn't know
When
that.
Dianne Feinstein died,
They
2023.
raided his house? Lindsey Graham's
FBI
house
didn't
got
raid
raided?
her house to try to figure out what the cause was. If this was clean and simple and nipped and tucked, it would be treated as such. But once again, Trump has diarrhea of the mouth and can't control himself. And it's basically let the world know there is much more to Lindsey Graham's death than the U.S. government is willing to admit.
Okay, let's actually take a look at this clip. This is what I really wanted to see. God damn it. Let me... Just a second. I'm in the wrong... Man, I got all kinds of freezing issues. I'm sorry, guys. This is really not working out. Why are they doing this to me? Is it Greg Kelly? Let's see.
And we are
Try
proud
this
to
again. Okay,
welcome
there we
the
go.
President of the United States, 45th and 47th President of the United States, Donald Trump. Welcome, sir. How are you?
I'm fine. I feel good. The country is doing really well. We're attacking Iran right now as we speak, and they deserve it.
wonderful.
Because we're not going to have they're not going to have a nuclear weapon that we can tell you with great certainty. But we're doing very well. The country is doing phenomenally well, actually.
You know, I would like to
Weird
talk to you a
thing to
little
be
bit about
proud
Lindsey
about.
Graham. We've heard a lot of your comments. You lost a big friend. I saw him in Ukraine on his way back, and we all saw the video. He didn't look so hot. I'm told by those who know him, maybe he looked a little off. He was tired. Look, the Russians have a habit of poisoning people they don't like. And Lindsey Graham once called for Putin to be, taken out. You have any suspicions or worries? Do you think we know the whole story about his death?
Well, I think we do. We've had great doctors, and they talked about, a certain part of his body literally blew up. And that's a condition I believe his father had also. His father died very, very young from
A
heart.
certain portion of his body literally blew up. Why not just say his heart, we know that what's being told about his death is that it was caused by an aortic dissection or an aortic rupture, but now you're saying a portion of his body literally blew up.
Heart complications, and that's what Lindsay had. And it's something that's, number one, is very tough to see. And even if you see it, it's hard to fix, very hard to fix. And, he had a problem with arteries, and I thought he was like a 70% blockage. I said, Lindsay, you're going to have to go and take care of that. But this was not that problem. This was a different problem that wasn't really related. So he called me, and I said, how you doing? He just got back from Ukraine. He was a worker. I tell you, he was always...
So his heart exploded because he's got a history in his family of his heart of hearts exploding. But meanwhile, that has nothing to do with how he died, actually.
Someplace,
And then why'd you
he
just
loved
mention
it, though.
that?
He really loved it. He was good. He was really a great politician, actually. But he just got back, and I said, how you doing? And he said, well, I'm doing good, but I'm tired. And within, a short period of time after that call, he was gone. Amazing, actually. But he was, I don't think,
Amazing,
just to answer the conspiracy theory, I don't know. I'd love to say yes, but I think he had some problems, and very, very difficult. And his father died just about at the same age from...
He did have some problems. He toured a drone factory that was blown up by the Russians.
I'm a believer in the racehorse
now he's
theory.
not here.
If you have problems, you have problems. And he had some some problems that were a little bit deep-seated and not easy to find.
Well, you made friends. You know, you were once enemies.
so
You made
bizarre.
friends. It's kind of inspiring, actually. I like how you do that. Let me ask you about the successor. His sister looks like she's interim. Would you see yourself endorsing for the next round? I know you liked Pamela Evitt, the lieutenant governor, when she was running for governor. I don't think she's running for the seat herself, Ms. Nardone. You have any thoughts about what happens after this?
Well, yeah, the sister is going to be interim, and she's a terrific person.
And you're gonna
Lindsay loved
appoint
her.
his
They had a
sister?
great relationship. They got along
How
really
is this
well.
democracy?
And,
Like, I don't get that. How is it that his sister gets appointed to the Senate now?
I noticed she was with him a lot, and she's a very, she's a terrific person, and I thought it was a great idea. The governor called me, told me about it. I thought it was a great idea, and that's only interim, though. That's for a short period of time. That's during, prior to the election. But you have some people there. I think Russell Fry, a young congressman, is outstanding, and that could happen. I could see that happening. I think he's a, very, very talented person. He took the place of somebody that was, he's doing much better than the person that preceded him. He's been very popular in the state. So I think a name like Russell Fry is somebody you can watch out for. And there are probably some others. I believe the sister is there only on an interim basis, however.
This is what happens to a working man's legs when he wears
my
one
God.
pair of compressed.
See, I'm not logged into my main page, which, because I stream, I pay for YouTube to not send me ads. Isn't that funny? Advertisers pay YouTube to show us ads, and we pay YouTube to not be shown ads. It's pretty genius of YouTube, really, when you think about it. No matter which way they win. Anyway, let me see if I can log out, because you don't deserve watching those ads.
And we are proud to welcome the president.
You don't deserve that. I don't want to do that to you, okay? I care about you too much. Man.
And we are proud
Okay,
to
now
welcome
we're
the
back.
President of the United States, 45th and 47th President of the United States, Donald Trump.
Okay, we just saw that, so we don't have to watch it again. Yeah, it's going to be a closed casket funeral. For a heart attack? When Donald Trump says his body literally, a part of his body literally blew up. Hearts they just combust sometimes, I guess. Here is exactly how you take care of the flock camera problem, by the way.
Guys, I figured out how to get rid of all these flock cameras fast. Watch this. Shalom, sir. Did you know that these flock cameras are loaded with gold and silver?
Shalom, sir.
Guys, I figured out how to get rid of all these flock cameras fast. Watch this. Shalom, sir.
Genius.
Did you know that these flock cameras are loaded?
Shalom, my good sir. Shalom, my fellow Chosenites.
Representative Khanna, I want to say, like, I think objectively, a lot of people who have been deeply concerned about the apartheid state of Israel, the genocide in Gaza, find it refreshing to hear a member of Congress speak in this way, and the fact that you also have used this opportunity to try to highlight specific cases of Palestinians. I want to ask you, though, what you think the consequences for Israel should be, not just of these actions, but also for the...
Well, that makes one of us, Michael.
...mass murder of a documented roughly 80,000 people. It's probably much higher than that in Gaza, a significant portion of whom are children. I've heard you talk about sanctioning individuals. I've heard the framing that you and Bernie Sanders offer about offensive weapons or weapons that kill civilians, but I've also heard your defense of Iron Dome. And I want to push you on this because I think a lot of the critique of you from pro-Palestine people and from Palestinians is that the position you're advocating basically amounts to, we need to make sure that the sniper is protected so that he can continue sniping.
Yeah.
Well, if we look, I appreciate the question, and I will answer it specifically. But if you look at all the things I've called for, I've said 0.8 to
If you're going to answer it specifically, wouldn't you just answer? You have to announce that you're going to answer it specifically.
Israel and supporting the Massey Amendment that does that. That's going to be a big vote coming up this week. I've said no military sales to Israel that are used to kill civilians. I've said no military integration and led the fight to repeal Section 224 and 219, which is Netanyahu's end run, where they would just co-produce the military. I've said we should call it apartheid and recognize the genocide. So these are on a scale of 1 to 10, it's like going from 1 to 7 or 8. And the debate is, okay, 9 or 10. Do I, an arms embargo completely, which I have not supported, would say Israel can't even get or produce from anyone defensive, the Iron Dome. And I guess
he's trying to say that, like, following international law is like, that would be taking it a little too far, right? That would be like 9 or 10. I'm only taking it to 7 or 8. Taking it to 9 or 10 would be to say we have to impose an embargo against Israel. But that is in accordance with international law. You're supposed to do that. You're supposed to follow your own Leahy laws, your own internal domestic American Leahy laws, which outline that it is illegal for us to sell weapons to a country committing war crimes, which Israel is doing. So the bare minimum is always treated by liberal politicians like it's like a bridge too far. It's outside the Overton window. That's unprecedented, because it's axiomatic that Israel has a right to defend itself. Of course.
Anyone should be able to protect civilian life, but that's not America supporting it. I do think, though, that there is something that the next administration could do within the first 100 days. Instead of just saying, okay, we're going to talk abstractly about this long peace process, demand the arrest of Yonah Levy and extremist settlers within 100 days. Demand the destruction of every outpost within 100 days. Demand the destruction of illegal settlements within 100 days. Demand a justice for Palestinians and Palestinian people so that they stop getting terrorized within 100 days. That doesn't have to be some dialogue. That needs to be a directive from the American administration saying Israel must do this. And we need to be taking steps as we get towards a broader peace in that direction. I think that's one of the things that came out of this trip, the immediacy of the suffering of Palestinians.
I still don't think this is answering the question. Tell me where I'm wrong.
I knew it. I knew he wasn't going to answer the specific question, even though he began the question, I'm going to answer that specifically. And then he proceeded to non-specifically answer the question.
Here, what you're advocating for, we are talking about not just Netanyahu. Sanders always says Netanyahu and his extremist right-wing government. But if you look at public opinion polling, there is widespread support for open genocidal policies. In fact, Netanyahu is often criticized by his political opponents for not having finished the job in Gaza or in Lebanon or elsewhere. And I want to know why it is that you are stopping on this, because so much of what you're saying, it's one of the clearest recognitions of the issue that you could hear from an American politician. And yet you still are saying, but the sniper needs to have protection.
It's not the sniper. It's saying that we're not, just so there's no ambiguity on my position, which is also the position.
Here he goes again. He's projecting what he's about to do, which is be politically ambiguous. Let me be very unambiguous here, as I ambiguize.
Of Sanders or AOC or others, as I understand it, it is that we have zero military aid to Israel, that we have no military sales that are used to kill, military weapons that are used to be killing civilians. So that's
all of the military weapons. That's every military weapon.
I would argue Iron Dome is used to kill. I would argue Iron Dome is used to kill civilians because it allows the Israelis to have this American backing to operate with impunity by openly saying that I support this military technology for Israel. What you're saying is that when Israel attacks other countries who have a right to fight back, that my position is that sniper, I wish he wasn't doing the sniping, but that sniper has a right to have the United States defending their sniping.
And remember, you can't defend. There's no legal basis for a legitimate right of self-defense in occupied territory. Okay, which is what Gaza is, which is what the West Bank is. Can't defend occupied territory. The only plausible situation where it would be okay for Israel to defend itself is if it wasn't occupying stolen land. But that is, as we know, that is the whole basis of the Israeli project to begin with, foundationally.
But I don't think that that's the case if we're stopping all military aid and we're stopping giving them the weapons to kill others, and we're stopping protecting them at the UN, and we're demanding the actions in terms of justice. I don't think that their policies, whether it's Netanyahu or another Israeli government.
Would you say this about apartheid South Africa? I've heard you talk about
because
it's like, think of, do Nazis have the right to self-defense? Should we have supplied the Third Reich with defensive weapons and defensive technology? Do they have any basis for legitimacy? That's what Ro Khanna is basically. This is liberalism for you.
Because give me another example where you say it's okay to continue any level of support for an openly genocidal society that has mass murdered 80,000 people, more than 300 media workers, has invaded Lebanon, has bombed Iran, and you're saying, oh, but we need to protect civilians. This isn't about protecting civilians. The greatest threat to their civilians is their policy. Mm-hmm. And so I don't understand why you have even one qualified shred of support for a sniper mass murderer masquerading as the only democracy in the Middle East.
Well, but I'm not saying that the United States should be supporting the funding for Iron Dome, just so we're clear. I'm saying that we shouldn't be restricting Israel from being able to get the Iron Dome or be able to develop the Iron Dome technology. Well,
I stop there. Everything else you're saying makes so much sense. Why do you stop there? It feels to me like you're trying to have it both ways on this issue. So you can say, well, I actually support defending the Israeli civilians. You're not defending Israeli civilians with that politician. You're defending the sniper's ability to keep killing because it won't face the ultimate accountability, which is a total embargo on all support for an apartheid state.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't think you have to put at risk. You would agree, there are innocent civilians in Israel, right? Including 20% being Arab Israelis. I mean, I just don't think that you have to put
citizens, innocent civilians, innocent settlers,
their lives at risk to achieve the ends of stopping the apartheid, stopping the occupation.
But Jeremy's point is that if Israel stops what it's doing, that would make Israelis, if there are any innocent civilians like Ro Khanna claims to care about, he doesn't care about the innocent civilians that are losing their lives, obviously, because he's still committed to the defense of this occupying apartheid state. But, this is just defending the indefensible.
Israel puts their lives at risk by waging genocidal wars with the support of a significant portion of its population, and by enabling them by saying, well, the sniper still needs to have his cover, or I stop at this thing. What you're saying is that the accountability then doesn't lie on American policy toward Israel. It's sort of something abstract. Well, Israeli civilians could die. Israeli civilians are dying in these attacks because of the apartheid. Palestinians have a right to kill Israeli soldiers, Congressman? On October 7th, when they attacked the military bases in the Gaza envelope, did the Qassam brigades and Suraya al-Quds have a right to kill Israeli soldiers? Yes or no? On October 7th, did Palestinians have a right to attack Israeli military bases in the Gaza envelope? Yes or no?
Ro Khanna?
I mean, I think October 7th's attack was a terrorist attack, so I don't justify.
Was it a terrorist attack when the first targets that were hit on the morning of October 7th were multiple military bases? Did Palestinian forces have a right to attack those military bases?
I am not for violence against in any way. I mean, I am for making sure that
peace. They all just get devolved into a bumbling idiot.
And the occupation.
Do they have a right to do it, Congressman? Do they have a right to attack Israeli soldiers?
No, I'm not going to say that Hamas had a right to attack Israeli soldiers or kill Israelis. Like I don't think that advances peace or advances Palestinian statehood.
So they should have just been dying in squalor, in quiet, not bothering the world about what their plight was.
Israel have a right to drop a single bomb on Gaza in response to October 7th?
I believe Israel had the right to get people who killed the civilians, but not in the way they went about it, which I've said is genocide.
But the Palestinians don't have a right to attack the very military bases that are running the killing operations on October 6th, 2023, or October 5th, 2023. It's a double standard. You're saying there are ways that Israel should be able to kill Palestinians.
Thank you, Jeremy.
But there is never a condition under which Palestinians...
By the way, you'll never hear Ryan Grimm do what Jeremy Scahill is doing. Jeremy Scahill is very based. Ryan Grimm, not so much.
Armed, uniformed soldiers of a force that is still considered an occupying force under international law. I don't make it make sense to me how those.
I come from a tradition of King and Gandhi. My grandfather was in jail for.
I'm aware of your family history.
Okay, well, Gandhi also famously said that if you're facing slow annihilation, you have a God-given right to fight back. That was the world's biggest pacifist. You want to talk about Gandhi? Gandhi would not have condemned Hamas.
Do you think King would say, "Well, they can attack the Viet Cong, but I don't want them to kill"?
I don't think anyone. I don't know what.
Go back to the Nazis and the Jews. You just flip everything. Show another historical analog to, express the logic of what Ro Khanna's argument is here.
He would say, I don't think my grandfather would say that the Palestinians should have armed resistance to Israeli occupation. I think they would argue.
So, in other words, did the Jews have a right to attack the Nazis in Warsaw? Did they or did they not?
Or a much more nonviolent approach. But America, I think, in ending aid, in ending military sales, in not being a defender of Israel in the UN, just vetoing resolutions against Israel, would make tremendous progress. I mean, maybe we're
He's thinking about his donors. That's what's going on.
He's 1 to 10, and
I can't say this.
You're at a 10, and I'm saying let's go to a 6, 7, 8. I don't know where that would be. And right now, America's at.
But then again, the 10 would be just following international laws.
We're at a 10 because of a genocide that was.
We're at a 10 because of a genocide.
Enabled, supported, armed, and funded by the United States, and I am baffled as to how you can say that Israel had a right to drop a single bomb on Gaza.
Thank you.
In response to October 7th, but Palestinians, according to you, have no right whatsoever to ever kill an Israeli occupation.
Palestinians have right to justice, which is in the case
of justice. Just he's paying lip service to an abstract concept called justice, but when it comes to meaningful policy decisions, there's no justice in what he's actually describing.
Armed resistance against Israeli occupation soldiers in uniform. Do they ever have a right to kill an Israeli soldier?
I think if it's a self-defense, if they feel like there's an illegal attack on them by a violent settler or by an Israeli soldier, and that's illegal, in a school or on a civilian. And then, of course, they should have.
I mean, technically, Israelis' basic laws, what they call their basic laws, these are apartheid laws that establish Jewish supremacy. It's all done very legally. So, by that token, by that logic, is that okay? Is instituting an apartheid state, which is done legally by the apartheid state, by the apartheid laws, does that make it okay?
Justice.
But the entire thing is illegal, Representative Khanna. The entire occupation of Gaza, the managing their diet, the mowing the lawn, the constant killing of them the perspective of many Palestinians is that they're being collectively punished and they're fighting for their very existence, and that the bases that surround Gaza were the primary murderers on a military level of the population of Gaza. So what I'm understanding, whether it's Hamas and Islamic Jihad or it's independent Palestinians, how is it that you can stand here and in any way justify
That's what's so crazy about October 7th. They attacked military installations, like he just said, that were, you know, instrumental in carrying out the mass murder of Palestinians over the years, over the decades. And now, you know, that was a terrorist attack, according to our own American officials.
Israelis dropping bombs on Gaza, but never find a way in which it's justifiable for Palestinians to kill an armed soldier of a force that is under international law an occupation force. I don't.
Ro, blink twice if you need help.
Don't understand it.
Well,
I ask you
because
to reconsider this position.
Well, I will look at it, but I don't think that the solution in that area is to encourage
but you're afraid of
violent
being called pro-Hamas. That's what this boils down to.
Yeah.
Because I bet if we were talking off the record privately and I said this to you, you would acknowledge that people around the world have a right to resistance by all means necessary.
I've always been for peaceful resistance. You know,
but how is
peaceful resistance? Somebody is the peaceful resistance in the room with us. Where has there ever been a successful peaceful resistance? What does it even mean to be peacefully resistant?
Resistance saying the Israelis,
you know, I mean, just like it's under segregation, I wouldn't have said that go kill people who are engaged in segregation against you.
So you condemn the slave revolts in the 1900s. This is far beyond just simple. I mean, not to mitigate segregation, that was awful, but this is genocide. I mean, they're blowing up children in tents, and you're still trying to put a little happy face over it.
Much more Dr. King than Malcolm X. I mean,
are you much more slave rebellions were justified against people that were raping, hanging, murdering Africans who had been kidnapped? I mean, I'm sorry. I spend most of my day and night talking with Palestinians, working with Palestinians. My colleague Hossam Shabat was assassinated by the Israelis,
most of the Palestinians I met, most of the Palestinians I met, and maybe a few days, are not talking about the kind of armed resistance that you are. They just want to live their lives in dignity and peace, and not have the Israeli settlers oppress them.
But you're a member of the United States Congress who is justifying, albeit you've been very critical of Israel's war against Gaza, but you seem to be drawing a line that says that there are some cases in which Israel is justified to attack Palestinians, but only those responsible for October 7th. But you can't find a shred of justification for any Palestinian to attack the very armed forces operating under a nation-state flag that is backed by the United States. And you're saying that there is no condition under which a Palestinian has a right to kill soldiers who are posted at military bases, enforcing by murder and forced starvation and deprivation an illegal occupation of Gaza. That's what doesn't make sense to me. I don't see how you reconcile those two positions.
Because I think that the armed resistance is only going to be ineffective given the power differentials. It's similar to what Gandhi thought.
So you are the anointed one. Ro Khanna understands how to resist against occupation. He's clearly, lived the life of the Palestinians and understands what they're going through and how to, liberate themselves. It's just another one of those, like, we're proselytizing, we're what's the word I'm looking for? We're like trying to explain to them how to, resist in a morally pure way. If only their resistance was more pure, then maybe I could get behind but instead, let's just have them be annihilated is what he's basically contending. Is we'll just go along with the status quo because, I know how to resist. Ro Khanna know how to resist an armed occupation, and you don't do it through arms. You've got to plead to the king to be more benevolent.
How he took on the British Empire, and that having a moral force of civil resistance and appealing to the world's conscience is going to be much better chance of getting dignity and peace.
2019, the Palestinians organized the Great March of Return, which was a mass nonviolent.
Yeah, it's not like they haven't fucking tried this shit. They've tried this shit. They tried it in the first Intifada in 1987. They tried it in the second Intifada in 2001. And again, Jeremy's right on point. The March of Return in 2018, 2019. They have tried peacefully resisting and organizing and mobilizing along peaceful lines. And what happens is the IDF comes in there, breaks up the crowd, kills Palestinians, turns the peaceful protest violent through a series of escalations. And I'm not making this up. This is according to Israeli foreign ministers like Shlomo Ben Ami, who said just as much. He blamed the IDF for the escalatory violence that broke out into ostensibly an all-out war during the second Intifada in 2001. So he blamed this is an Israeli official himself blaming the IDF for ratcheting up the violence in what began, and I quote him, what began as a peaceful, authentic struggle for Palestinian liberation. That's an an Israeli foreign minister quoted verbatim, Shlomo Ben Ami. And then there's another one, Natan Sharansky, also said as much about the peaceful resistance of the second Intifada.
At the gates of the concentration camp walls and fence in Gaza. And you know what Israeli soldiers did, Representative Khanna? They had a competition to who could shoot the most kneecaps of Palestinians.
Yep.
Well, I think that
were backed by Yahya Sinwar, the head of Hamas. So there's a track record and there's a context. You're talking about a tactical issues. The Palestinians have tried that. The Palestinians did.
Well, I think opinion is
down.
I think opinion is shifting now in America, where those kind of approaches would get a better reception in the United States.
Oh yes, we would like it. It would just don't make us, queasy for brunch, Palestinians. Can you just resist like in a more liberal fashion that comports with my own liberal identity and way of life? It's like you're just voicing your own tone deaf logic, your own out of touch view of the world. From your ivory tower, you have no clue what you're talking about. You have no room to speak. Well, that was otherwise, without Jeremy. I mean, I enjoyed it for the simple reason that Jeremy really grilled him. But if I was just listening to Ro Khanna talk about all that on CNN or something with some softball reporter, I would have been, I don't know if I'd still be here. I might have, part of my body might have literally blown up like Lindsey Graham. Because that would have been enraging. So the 11-year siege has been broken after a siege that lasted more than 11 years. The Iranian airplane, by breaking the chains, landed at Hodeidah Airport and gladdened the hearts of the Yemeni people. Thanks to Islamic Iran, your historic stances will never be consigned to the abyss of oblivion. So I guess that's a big deal. An Iranian plane has landed in Yemen. I love that. Solidarity. Here's Trump describing himself.
They said they didn't want a nuclear weapon.
Well, they say that. Everything they say is a lie. They lie. I've never seen anything like it. They also come out and they'll tell you we never discussed nuclear, and we're in a room for 5 hours. That's all we discussed. And they'll walk out and say, nuclear was not discussed. Everything was discussed.
They said they didn't want a nuclear weapon.
Well, they say that. Everything they say
is a lie. This is the logical conclusion of the DSA woke imperialism. We need more gays in the government. Isn't this Elon Musk's child?
I'm here to talk to you about a very important issue. We need more gays in government.
More gays. We need more gay people dropping bombs in the Palestinians.
We need them. We need more gay people. And no, not for any admirable reason, like wanting equality or representation or maybe to do something about the furthering wealth divide. No, none of that. The reason we need more gay people is because everyone is chop-ta. Everyone is chop.
Yes. Yassification of imperialism.
I will speak on it. Thank you. Thank you.
The
Let me lay out the
yassification
problem.
of class
Our country's
war.
image on the world stage is a disgrace. Why is this something we need to address? There are quite a few reasons. For one, it would give young people something to aspire to. We want young people to be involved with their local communities. Who is going to aspire to looking like bleached cauliflower? Nobody. Secondly, there's a lack of respect. Other countries...
There's so much sass and pizzazz to this, whatever this is, this delivery.
Respect us if we were more... Thank you. We are dealing
Donald
with
Trump
bad
is like the cunt in chief. What are you talking about?
hair and makeup across the board. It is a clown show where all the clowns are ugly, which is kind of a normal clown show now that I think about it, but like, whatever. Whatever.
Oh my God, I want to punch the screen right now. Apparently, the Lego people made a version of Randy Fine, a Lego version of Randy Fine. There it is. He's very proud about it. He changed it to his profile picture. He actually looks way better. They actually made him look good. This is how he really looks. Wow, this artist is about to display a new Charlie Kirk monument in New York City's Times Square on September 10th, exactly 1 year since he was taken out. He's holding a microphone. That's so awesome. And he's got his iron neck. Look at that. The bullet's going through that neck. Can't play that copyright music, but wow. That's beautiful. It looks just like him. It looks like his dead body because his skin kind of turned yellow, too. I wonder if they were just doing that just to be anatomically accurate. Yeah, where's the neck hole? Oh, looks like he's got some sort of tattoo over there. Oh, look, he's even got a little... He does have the neck hole. You see that? Put the bullet hole on there. That's kind of tasteless. That's a bit tacky, don't you think? Why would you put the... Legend has it that he's still out there wiping down his cheeks, making sure he looks nice and glistening. It's like Jesus with the nails, yeah. I often wonder about that. You know, what would Jesus think about, like, his worst moment is like all that anybody remembers. They symbolize it. They, you know, put it on necklaces, and it's the iconography of his worst moment when he was being sacrificed on a cross, crying out for help. Israelis have been accused of burning down parts of Cusco, which I think is in Peru. Apparently, Jews are burning down Peru, allegedly. Let's see, Peru. Cusco, fires. Yeah, Machu Picchu. Forest fires in Machu Picchu. They're burning down Machu Picchu, guys. Machu Picchu has been deemed an anti-Semitic site. It's in the Sacred Valley, similarly to how they reportedly burned down the Patagonia. This news report covers how 10 hectares have been burning.
Ronnie, muy buenos días. Produjo otro incendio también en la provincia de Calca, en el distrito de Yanatil, el sector de Torre Blanca, donde se ha producido una víctima mortal. El señor Flavio Líbano Tito, de aproximadamente 72 años, falleció a consecuencia de este incendio forestal en el sector de Torre Blanca, en el distrito de Yanatil. Según
How did they know that it was the Israelis? I mean, we know, but how do they know? No. More settler porn. Here we got settlers harassing Palestinians in Taipei, the West Bank.
This motherfucker just walked several kilometers from his settler outpost just to get to the Palestinian house that is over there and to sit next to it with his sheep.
Oh my God.
This is a really low intensity attack. There was no serious violence, nobody got injured, nothing was damaged. But this is the kind of daily harassment that the ethnic cleansing of the West Bank is built out of. These settlers with the sheep will come in, they will harass the people, they will just sit near the houses, and you never know when they're actually going to make the decision to escalate and call the army or their friends and seriously injure people, set houses on fire, and send family members to the hospital. You scare away the goat that is eating the olives?
That's how you scare away a goat.
Come on! Come on, you stubborn son of a gun! That's it! Feel that? That's freedom, baby! Giddy up! Down you go! Kramer, what the hell are you doing to that camera? Jerry, I knew you'd defend the camera when it's always your people behind this stuff!
Well, no comment. Here's the Yemeni people's current favorite song, We Don't Care, We Don't Care, We Don't Care, and let it be a major world. World War III. Ali G. Sacha Baron Cohen, the Zionist CIA asset, is making videos at Wimbledon. He's promoting his newest movie. Made another movie about Ali G.
Singles in Wimbledon, which actually, despite its name, ain't a party for gaylords. It's like the World Cup, something called tennis, which is like a crap version of ping pong. Them say that tennis is better played on grass, which is why I intend to sell as much of it while I is here. So if you want some herbal remedies, me has got anything you want. Berkshire Kush, me got some homegrown eyes in row HC329. There ain't any brothers here, so it'll be easy to find me, innit? Respect.
So for those not quite sure about Sacha Baron Cohen or his racist comedy characters, including Ali G, a Jew pretending to be a Muslim, pretending to be black, have a little look at his pedigree. He is a graduate of the Habonim Dror School of Racist Comedy, a Zionist grooming and radicalization vehicle for young Jews. Here's the article I wrote about it. Says this guy, David Miller. In their attempts to groom and radicalize Jewish children and young people into ideological partisans of the ideology of Zionism, the Zionist movement seems to have fostered an identifiable strand of racist comedy. Zionist youth groups such as Habonim Dror are key to this, according to the testimony of former members. The Zionist movement makes a very significant investment in the indoctrination of Jewish children and young people. In the UK, the largest group fundraising for the ethnic cleansing of Palestine is the United Jewish Israel Appeal, UGIA. It invests in a wide range of organizations for young people, all dedicated to fostering the racist ideology of Zionism. But it also schools and coaches young Jews in wider racist ideas and ideologies. How does this work out when they grow up? Take the example of a school in North London, the Haberdashers Ask School, now known more simply as Haberdashers after dropping the name Asks. Okay. This was because the merchant Robert Ask was an investor in the Royal African Company, which had a monopoly on the British slave trade. Every single Timowitz. As with most areas of public life in the UK, children who attend private schools are significantly overrepresented in elite professions, including in the entertainment industry. As it happens, significant numbers of nationally and internationally known entertainers attended the school, including Matt Lucas and Ashley Blaker, who were behind the popular comedy show Little Britain, perhaps best known as Sacha Baron Cohen, who made his name presenting himself as a young Muslim, Ali G, pretending to be black, and then played a series of other Muslim comedy characters, including Borat, in the internationally known film of the same name. Work produced by all five has been criticized or removed from streaming services for racism. However, many of those involved in the British comedy world, such as Badiel, his brother Ivor Popper, Baron Cohen, the producer of Whose Line Is It Anyway?, Mock the Week, Dan Patterson, and his colleague in both shows, Mark Levison, also credit a little-known Zionist youth group, Habonim Dror, as playing a role in their success. The Jewish Chronicle reported that Lucas was a Habonim alumnus. He subsequently clarified that he was a member of RSY Netzer, which was, however, also signed up to the racist ideology of Zionism through formal membership of the Zionist Federation and thus the World Zionist Organization. So fuck Ali G, fuck Borat, and fuck Sacha Baron Cohen. So this is the anti-Zionist resistance we got here in America, huh? Yeah, looks like we're getting in the box for Israel then. This is what we got. We got Jared on a lawnmower waving an Israeli flag with a no sign. We're never getting our revolution, dog. This ship was given clearance to pass the Strait of Hormuz by the United States without even coordinating with the IRGC. It is now at the bottom of the sea after catching fire. Look at this huge explosion. Iran says we ain't hadn't all of that. As reported earlier today on this stream, Trump has said that a certain part of Lindsey Graham's body literally blew up, which is such an odd way for Trump to describe the heart condition Graham allegedly died from, coupled with the fact that 20 FBI agents just visited Graham's home. There could be more to his death than we were told. So why is the FBI raiding his home? Anywhere the FBI goes, a cover-up ensues. Holy shit, we got an amazing gift from another anonymous gifter with 50 subscriptions. I'll never get over it. I'll never take it for granted. I will always be so very appreciative. I'm just beside myself. Thank you so much to the anonymous gifter for gifting 50 subs to the community. Your patronage is noted. It is appreciated. And sadly, we don't know who you are. But we thank you nonetheless. It's around this time that I wonder, where is Saeed? Is he watching me right now? Lurking. He's lurking in the shadows. That's what's going on. And by the way, folks, we're now live streaming on our backup YouTube page. We just hit over 2,000 subscribers on the backup. That's right, your boy got banned from going live on YouTube from my main page. So we had to switch pages and give them the old razzle-dazzle. But we're back, all right? We're back in it. So I entreat you to follow the new page. If you are based and want to continue noticing, it's at youtube.com/@RathboneLivestreams. Very simple. That's going to be this page that I'm broadcasting from is now my main page of streaming. As well as Twitch, of course, and thank you to all my patrons for supporting me as well. I never tell my Patreon community that I love them, but I do. I do indeed. Okay, back to the stream. Welcome in, Raven's Tongue. Hello, Staffs. Thank you, Aneurysm. So why is the FBI raiding Lindsey Graham's home? Why would the FBI do this? And look at Lindsey Graham's little duck and fuck here in Washington, D.C. It's a cute little home. He was living in a shanty. So if you're just joining us, Donald Trump earlier today very bizarrely said that Lindsey Graham's body blew up. Or a certain part of his body. I wish the guy would have asked, what part of the body blew up? And why was it his heart? And how do you just die from your heart exploding? Unless there might have been a Oreshnik missile that caused it to blow up. That's what we all think. I mean, is there anyone that thinks that Lindsey Graham just died from a heart attack in his Washington, D.C. home? Is there anyone that thinks that the White House is telling the truth concerning the death of Ladybug Lindsay? Okay, because if you believe that, I have a bridge to sell you. It's good. I'm seeing a lot of no's. That's awesome. They can't tell the truth about nothing. That's right, Corn Pop was a bad dude. Yes, it's a very nice bridge, Gabe. One's in the chat if you think Lindsay died of a massive heart attack. There you go. That's the streamer way to do it. Two's if you know he blowed up. He blowed up. That's right. I think it was a number 2. 1 + 1, that's a good way of saying it. He blowed up, says Flying Spaghetti. Who the fuck is Corn Pop? Look, Lee, you don't want to know, okay? He was a bad dude. The Barack Obama says 2. Everybody says 2. Wow, that worked. 1s or 2s. Okay, I got to remember that. Thank you, Thugbone, for that pro tip. 1s and 2s. So everybody's... I haven't seen one goddamn 1. Nah, we got someone. This guy thinks that Lindsey Graham died from a heart attack. So there you go. We have one person that actually believes. But most of us don't. Most of us do not. And Lawrence Wilkerson was saying that he thinks it's because of the Epstein files that there's this massive cover-up. He was talking about how Lindsey Graham and Donald Trump used to be very bitter enemies They said a lot of nasty things to each other on the campaign trail. You know, that's politics as usual, but he thinks that there might be something more deep-seated, more sinister behind their alliance, and it might be because of the Epstein files and what perhaps Lindsey Graham is implicated. We know that he's Ladybug Lindsey. He was very active on that Grindr app, so the rumors have been speculating. So who knows? I know too much about the body of Ladybug Lindsey. Every time, I mean, we read that story. I wish I'd never read it, but now I can't help but like picture what Lindsey's ladybugs look like. I had dreams about it. That's how bad it got. I was attacked by flying ladybugs that were shooting off of Lindsey Graham's taint in my dream. And I just woke up sweating. Another gifted 2 subscriptions to the community from another anonymous gifter. All right. That is very special. Thank you, anonymous man, or anonymous person. We don't know if it's a man or a woman or what, okay? Could be anyone. Their name could begin with S and end with Aid. I mean, we just don't know. Let's see. We got 184. Got a tier 1 sub. That's nice. Ooh, a tier 2 sub. Oh, 2 tier 1 subs. Excuse me. Wow. Yeah, ladybugs were beautiful creatures, but now all I can think about are the version of ladybugs that were allegedly seen on the butthole of Lindsey Graham. What a crazy story. I wanted to believe that it's not true, but it's so intricate. It's such an intricate story, you know? Them's just my ladybugs, he says. Don't be scared. Them's just my ladybugs. It's just so specific, it's hard to say. Whoever told that story, either they wove a tall tale with lots of details, they obviously spent a lot of time, or it just happens to be true. Oh, they're just beetles? In the story, the guy, whoever the escort was, saw that and he was like, oh, Lindsey must have shit his pants or something. So he went to the bathroom. According to the story, he went to the bathroom to get some toilet paper and wipe Lindsey down. As Lindsey was on all fours on a bed, spread eagle. Oof. And they say you're not supposed to speak ill of the dead, but, you know. This happened when he was still alive, so we're just recounting information. Yeah, he asked if he could clean him. And then the funny part about that story is that after it's like a horror scene. It's like I could totally picture this being a horror movie. Or like you know, like a Wayans Brothers spoof of a horror movie. And the final line of the scene is like, "Oh, don't be scared. Them's just my ladybugs." And then the guy's like, "Ah!" And he runs out. But apparently that's what he says. Whoever was the escort, they alleged that they ran out as soon as he said that. This is a new channel, yes. This is my backup live page. This is where I'm going to be exclusively going live from now on, after I was suspended by YouTube on my main page. So you're not crazy. You just have to subscribe to this page now. It's a free thing that you can do. And, you know, I have goals for this page. I'm trying to get it monetized. And that's why you'll notice that. Enjoy this, because there's no ads on these live streams, I'm told, because, you know, the stream is not monetized. But my goal is to eventually monetize it, and I need to, you know, acquire a bunch of watch hours and stuff. I've got most of the bullets checked off about what I got to do. But anyway, your viewership is appreciated. Now, let's see. So moving on. I'm not insulting ladybugs, okay? I love ladybugs. Where can I give you shekels for therapy? Well, I do have a Patreon page that if I don't live stream to the page, which has been kind of wonky, they're not really set up for that. I've been able to do it like once or twice, but it's always a headache. But I always upload my live streams from earlier that night to my Patreon page, so you can catch all my live streams will be available on Patreon. That's and it's like $3 a month or something like that. So it's really cheap. If you wanted to support me, that you could do that there, or on Twitch. You could subscribe on Twitch. That's still a monetized page. But either way, like, you don't have to spend any money. Just being here and watching the stream and commenting and, you know, giving a like, you know, that does wonders. So, all right. So the skies of Bahrain are filled with Iranian cluster missiles heading to U.S. targets. There you can see. It's always hard to tell what we're really looking at, but obviously certainly some barrages of rockets, but I'm told by experts that the defense missiles, the anti-air missiles, are not intercepted. The interceptors are not intercepting, which has been a common theme, a consistent theme in this war. Daddy's little wet needs my help. I think Daddy's little wet can speak for Daddy's little wet self. Daddy's little wet, do you need some help? Wasn't that the same? No, that was Fart on Balls. I'm trying to remember. Who gifted me a $500 super chat and then we had to refund them because they only meant to send $5? That wasn't Daddy's little wet. That was Fart on my balls. That's right. That's right. I forgot. So fun. Thank you, Daddy's little ding dong, for the subscription. This is my life. Fart on my balls. I appreciate that super chat. This is what I do for money. Silly. New footage captures the seconds before a Shahed impact in Kuwait with air defenses firing. Here's some more. So, Iran is targeting a lot of U.S. bases as we speak. To me, it's not as exciting as seeing Boom Boom Tel Aviv, but we'll take it, you know. Oh, holy shit! Those things are fast as fuck. That was crazy. That's crap. Oh shit.
ولا حمس وتأخرت عليك ما كشفت مع الرادار رادار زباله يابا ماكو اجت منه ورميت ما له علاقه صواريخ حديثه حتى الطياره
Hey Sam, thank you for the cheer. I appreciate that, my friend. Man, so much war. Y'all think we're in World War III? I feel as though we're in World War III. I think when scholars and historians look back... Thank you, Sam. I appreciate the subscription as well. 11 months. That's awesome. I think historians will look back and say, yeah, that was World War III. It started... I don't know. Maybe it started with Operation Epic Fury. Maybe it started with the Russian invasion of Ukraine. Oh, I'm sorry. Sometimes I highlight the comment and then I forget it's there. It's really you didn't like to be spotlighted like that, huh? That's right. We love you, Phoenix. What are you talking about? We sing your praises. No, I'm sorry about that. All right, let's move on now. Israeli tourists are what do Israeli tourists do but make death threats against American activists in New York City? They say they will Americans, and that is Israel.
Don't touch me,
No
bitch.
Don't touch me, bitch.
Who you think you are? You touching me. You touching me.
You just assaulted us.
You touching me. You touching
You
me. So
touching
of course
me?
I'm gonna come up.
I cannot hear stupid people, she says.
Sharmuta.
Oh, but now she's going to walk back. Oh my god. You're not going to do shit, old man. Somebody get the stretcher.
Who do you think you are?
Somebody call the wambulance. Wah. This guy is so big bad to talk.
No one likes Israel! No one likes Israel! No one likes Israel!
He gave that thing. He gave that bag to his wife or something. I'm gonna make a big show, but I'm not gonna do shit. And it's like it was obvious that he was just trying to get his family to hold him back, make it seem like he was doing something.
300,000 dead! You're assaulting us instead! 700,000 dead! You're assaulting us instead! 700,000 dead! You're assaulting us instead! You'll kill me? You'll kill me? Go for it! Go for it! Who's the violent ones? Go for
Look
it!
how insecure these people
Go for
are.
it! Go for
So
it!
insecure.
Go for it!
This is what you are.
That's, yeah. That's what you're gonna
Spit.
get. That's what
You
you're
want
gonna
to
get.
spit? They love to spit, don't they?
That's what you get. That's what you get.
What a child.
Say it loud and say it
He's
clear.
a 70-year-old child.
Say it clear and say it loud. Gaza, you make us proud. Say it loud and say it clear. We don't want no Zionists here. Say it clear and say it loud. Gaza, you make us proud. Say it loud and say it clear. We don't want no Zionists here. Say it clear and say it loud. Gaza, you make us proud. Fuck Israel! Fuck Israel! Fuck Israel! 7,000 dead! You're assaulting us instead! Viva Chávez!
This is like, instead of just supporting a genocide, you could literally just not do that.
What do you mean?
Viva Chávez!
Death to the idea! Death to the idea! Death to the idea! Death to the idea!
Now he's happy.
Viva Chávez! Viva Chávez!
¿Qué significa eso?
Viva Chávez! Viva Chávez!
¿Qué significa
Chávez.
eso? ¿Español?
Español, viva
Español. ¿Qué
Chávez.
significa eso de?
Viva Chávez, presidente de Venezuela. Viva
de
Chávez.
Venezuela?
Viva Chávez.
Oh, he's saying Viva
de
Chavez.
Nicolás Maduro, ¿qué piensa?
Maduro no, Maduro está preso. Anda, llévale comida.
He's
¿Por qué piensas
based.
eso?
He's saying Viva Hugo Chavez.
Un presidente terrorista.
Me imagino, él radicalizó a 3,000 de personas contra el imperialismo. En mi opinión, honestamente. ¡Viva Nicolás Maduro! Raping babies! You fucking killing people, you fucking racist cunt! Your prime minister is in the Epstein list 682 times! Your prime minister is in the Epstein list 682 times! He tried to beat us up! Oh man! He tried to beat us up!
They're so enamored with all the attention. You guys are so obsessed. Whoa!
Do it!
She should have gone.
Do it!
Notice he saved all that for. He saved the sucker punch for the woman behind him.
I was
Typical Israeli.
You'll kill me. You'll kill me.
I kill you.
Free sexually assaulting us. Let me tell you, he's wrong. That pedophiles don't reoffend.
It's the biker again. Hey, Viva Chavez. Did you get that when I said Viva Chavez?
Your prime minister is in the FC list 682 times.
Do your order, man.
You're supporting
Deliver
a
your
pedophile
DoorDash.
that eats and rapes and traffics children while bombing and starving a population of 2 million Palestinians. That's what you do. Shame. For violence. Look at how you're protecting his violence too. Disgusting. Disgusting. He thinks he can try to beat us because we don't understand. He tried to beat us up.
It's got to be tough walking through the streets, being a proud Zionist. It's just, you can't never go full Israel, folks. This is what happens. You just never know a moment of peace in the public eye. You're constantly having to beat your chest and talk about how, you know, you have the right to defend yourself and that you exist. Their whole slogan is, we exist. Am Yisrael Chai. It's got to be tiring. Faced with an existential crisis about your very identity every day, and everywhere you go, people revile you. It's can't be good for your health, right? You know that cameraman, you were supposed to be there? What? Really? Well, why weren't you there? You skipped out? Missile after missile raining down on U.S. base in Jordan. That's right, never let them feel at peace. Not in the public domain, not if they want to behave like racist Zionists. Not if they want to violate the social contract for all humanity. They get their social contract revoked. They get their humanity revoked. That's how that works. Like Nick Cruz says about Lindsey Graham. You want to, you know, die with honor? You want people to speak honor on your name after you're dead? Then live an honorable life. Lindsey Graham did not do that. Look at this, our very own friend of the show, Suleiman, with the very based Dr. Morandi out there in Tehran. I've got FOMO. Not me having FOMO. Here they are, these Israeli settlers arriving in France. 230 new settlers from France arrived in occupied Palestine on Monday aboard 4 flights organized by Israel's Ministry of Aliyah. So these are French settlers, or soon-to-be Israeli settlers, flying in from France. And it was organized by Israel's Minister of Aliyah, which is the word that they have for the right of return for Jews, only Jews. And integration is part of its summer 2026 immigration program. And here they are. There it is, on Yisrael High. Bezalel Smotrich. Fucking buffoons, dude. This is such buffoonery. Guys are so dumb. Goofy. So goofy. The tiny hats, they're goofies. Thank you for the follow. Israeli forces forced Palestinian families to leave their homes before demolishing them in the southern Hebron area of the occupied West Bank. Utterly despicable. Brianna Joy Gray says, you guys have got to stop saying, of course, this politician is disappointing. But what did you expect? Because, why? Because you're creating a permission structure. I love that phrase, permission structure. You're creating a permission structure for politicians to act against their constituents' will without accountability. It's not the nature of politicians that causes corruption. It's moneyed interests. Yes, this is why we like Brianna Joy Gray, because she's based. She calls out the economy. It's the economy, stupid. Dems in particular have exploited the fiction that they have to do something unpopular, right-wing thing. I'm sorry, let me start over. Dems in particular have exploited the fiction that they have to do some unpopular right-wing thing to win, because that's the system that they're working with. Even when the popular left-coded agenda item would make them more electable. And they get away with it in part because of a failure to call out why they're lying and voting with the right, and instead chalking it up to politics. And I think what she's outlining is the eternally true metaphor of the ratchet effect to describe parliamentary politics in the United States. Democrats block movement back to the left. They always feign incompetence when it comes to actually following through on all of the platforms and policies that they paid lip service to while campaigning for elections. So they always are filled with excuses when the moment of truth arrives. But we play along with that because we are incrementalists too. What is that? Who did that? Daddy's Little Wet. Thank you for the cheer. That's incredibly nice of you. So we consent to this. You know, why are we consenting? Why are we okay with these breadcrumbs? They're not even breadcrumbs. They're the promise of breadcrumbs. They never follow through with the breadcrumbs that they promise us. And then we're just left holding the bag saying, well, this is just politics as usual. Well, no, it isn't, you know, when you say that, when you consent to what is happening, when you justify it, when you apologize for it, when you placate it, you are becoming an unwitting mouthpiece for your own degradation, for your own undermining of your own livelihood. And that doesn't need to be the case. At the very least, we could be speaking truth, you know? We should at least be saying it how it is and not promoting these illusions, because I think you're ultimately offloading those responsibilities to the next generation, and it's going to make it that much harder to surmount. She says there's not a single Democrat that would have been made vulnerable by not doing hagiography. I love learning new words. What is hagiography? Quick, 10 bonus points for anyone who knows what hagiography is. Hagiography is a biography of a saint or venerated person. Okay, so it's the sanctification. Originally a religious genre focused on recounting lives, deeds, and miracles, the term is now often used pejoratively to describe any biography or account that uncritically idealizes its subject. Okay, got it. Portraying them as flawless or heroic. So, historical revisionism maybe as well. Romanticizing the dead just because they're dead now. So there's not a single Democrat that would have been made vulnerable by not doing hagiography for Lindsey Graham. Okay, yeah, true. Not trying to, you know, what is the word? Beify him, elevate him to sainthood, basically, post-mortem. You didn't have to do that, is what she's saying. There's not a single Democrat that would lose voters by opposing the efforts to combine the U.S. and Israeli militaries. You may lose corporate donors, but that's a good thing. Well, not in this economy, and something voters should demand. The solution is public financing, not corporate money pledges. Not affecting a weird cynicism that it's cynical. That's what it is. It's cynical to say that this is just normal and we got to play by the rules and we got to be okay with not getting anything, not getting anywhere. That's just politics. Better luck in 4 years, you know? We know Alex Karp is a lampshade, apparently. All right, those are all my reposts there. We got a James Lee post. Whenever we see James Lee, we like James Lee, and we repost James Lee, and we watch James Lee.
We're going to stand together. Israel today, Israel tomorrow, Israel forever. God bless you.
Democrat Hakeem Jeffries just came out and said that he will oppose the bid to cut Israel aid. These are two parties that can't ever agree on anything except when it comes to Israel. House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries just told fellow Democrats Tuesday that he will oppose an amendment aimed at cutting off U.S. aid to Israel. This is referring to the amendment proposed by Ro Khanna and Thomas Massie to prevent the military merger of the U.S. and Israel. Why would he want to merge our militaries, you ask? Well, maybe it's because he's paid millions of dollars by the Israel lobby, so cutting off Israel would actually mean cutting off millions to himself. I mean, just look at how he's looking at Netanyahu with those doting.
Find you a boyfriend or a girlfriend that looks at you the way Hakeem Jeffries looks at Netanyahu in this picture.
Nice. Yes, anything for you, sir. I don't know why a British accent came out there, but seriously, have you heard him talk about America the same way he talks about Israel?
We're going to stand together, Israel.
Israel forever. Saudi Arabia coordinates with the Trump administration in order to restart war against the people of Yemen right as Donald Trump restarts destabilizing war against Iran. The Epstein regime is obsessed with plunging the world into never-ending war. Here's the latest from Nick Cruz.
Saudi Arabia coordinates with the Trump administration in order to reignite war against Yemen as Saudi Arabia bombed Sana'a International Airport. The Muslim Zionist Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia is breaking a 4-year truce with Yemen in order to do the bidding of the genocidal Trump administration. This is Saudi Arabia's priority as the Zionist regime is engaging in mass murder of Arabs and advancing the Greater Israel Project. This is why even though Jewish supremacy is a large problem, the Zionist regime could not exist without the sellout Muslim Zionists and Christian Zionists who enabled their project. Saudi Arabia has been coordinated with the Trump administration as early as last week as Marco Rubio met with Saudi foreign minister, and then Trump gave them the AOK to open up this new front in this war against the resistance. The United States and their puppets are desperate to plunge the world into never-ending war. They're continuing their bombing of Yemen. Donald Trump restarted the war against Iran that's going to tank the global economy. He's also escalated the war against Russia by helping Ukraine strike deep into Russian territory and enabling Ukrainian terrorism. This is all while helping Israel slaughter people in Lebanon, kill Palestinians in the West Bank and annex their territory, and continue their genocide in Gaza. We are witnessing the Epstein regime open up fronts all over the world. We are in World War III right now, and many people don't even realize it.
There you go. We were just talking about World War III. You know, we're in World War III right now. Nick also agrees. Here is DD Geopolitics. U.S. Central Command has announced the resumption of the naval blockade on Iran, and as you can see, Iranians really don't care.
We are still here on Tuesday night at Engelab Square. The blockade has started about 22 minutes ago. As you can see, Iranians are very unbothered, still outside calling for revenge and ready for anything and everything that is yet to come.
Can I just take a flight to Tehran like that? So many Western content creators are in Tehran right now. It's like kind of a war zone. Should we all just fly to Tehran and see what's up? Just like in Iran, nobody fears death confronting the great Satan or his adjutants, says George Galloway. Yemen's response against Saudi Arabia's aggression brings people outside for celebration. Reported footage of Iranian missile direct impact in Kuwait. Roughly 66% of Iran's parliament issued a joint statement expressing desire for an end of any agreements with the United States. Well, there is no agreements with the United States, of course. According to Vladimir Putin, the United States is agreement incapable, or conversely, non-agreement capable. So 66% of Iran's parliament issued a joint statement expressing desire for an end to any agreements with the United States. The majority of lawmakers urge government to pursue revenge for the late Ayatollah Ali Khamenei.
مرگ بر آمریکا!
I think I can make out what that means.
مرگ بر آمریکا!
I think they're shouting, "We love America. We love America." They just want to be liberated is all. So Clavicular went to Israel, tried to act like it's all normal to visit a country committing a genocide, was trying to do PR for them, and was hanging around an IDF woman that manages the social media, and guess what? It backfired. Let's take a look at this.
Why you come on Jewish girls? Let's talk. Let's come to the ring. I'm your best entertainment in Israel. Yo, bro. Come on.
You have a lot of bodyguards. Come fuck with us, bro. Come fuck with us, bro. Guys. Fuck you. Aye.
Come, it's okay. I'm your best entertainment in Israel. Come fuck with us. Come.
So apparently the Israelis don't like Clavicular either.
Why you come on Jewish girls? Let's talk. Let's come to the ring. I'm your best entertainment in Israel.
Yo, bro.
Come on.
You have a lot of bodyguards. Come fuck.
Israelis sound so gross in Hebrew and English. They have the worst accents. He went from singing HH in the club to goy maxing. They got to him. Did you see this? Clavicular was pressed on Israeli Channel 13 due to the Clubocost incident and asked why he hasn't apologized. I don't care. I don't really give a shit about Peter Thiel's PSYOP CIA plant. It's more like rubbernecking on the internet, you know? Rubbernecking on Twitter. It really is like, what do you call that kind of entertainment where you're just there to like gawk at how, like, what a train wreck it is? There's definitely a word for that kind of entertainment. The only thing I can think of is rubbernecking. It's like when you, on the side of the highway, you see a car wreck or something, you slow down and watch it. That's what it feels like watching clavicular clips. Goytainment. I don't think so, Malagat. That's pretty good, though. That's not the word that I was looking for, but close enough. I mean, it captures the spirit of it, for sure. What the fuck? Look at this. Lindsey Graham's sister, Darlene Graham Nordone, has been sworn in as a U.S. Senator for South Carolina. How does that even happen? How is that legal?
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear that you will support
We just
and
need
defend
somebody
the
to do
Constitution
the
of
same
United
shit.
States against all enemies, foreign and domestic, that you will bear true faith
except for
and
Israel.
allegiance to the same, that you take this obligation freely without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion, and that you will well and
cocaine,
faithfully
Grandpa.
discharge the duties of the office on which you are about to enter. So help you God.
I do.
I mean, why didn't they? I mean, was Netanyahu too busy? I guess so. Was Chuck E. Cheese not available? They couldn't get Ronald McDonald to fill the seat? What a shit show. I really want to know how that's legal. How is it legal? How is it legal for Darlene Graham to be appointed as a U.S. Senator, replacing Lindsey Graham? The appointment of Darlene Graham to the U.S. Senate is legal under both the U.S. Constitution and South Carolina state law following the unexpected passing of her brother, Senator Lindsey Graham. So while the Constitution requires Senate vacancies to be filled, the 17th Amendment The 17th Amendment grants state legislators the authority to empower their governors to make temporary appointments until a special or regular election can be held. Okay. South Carolina Code of Laws, Section 7, 1920. This specific state statute explicitly authorizes the governor of South Carolina to fill a U.S. Senate vacancy by appointment according to Russian airstrikes. As noted, unlike some states that legally require a governor to appoint an interim senator from a list submitted by the departing senator's political party, South Carolina law gives the governor broad discretion. Henry McMaster, the governor of South Carolina, exercised his legal authority to select Darlene Graham. So now she's a U.S. senator. And that's what we call nepotism. Hooray, democracy. They call it the Ladybug Law. Americans in New York are burning the Israeli flag while cheering? This is a sign of Israel's downfall. Americans are burning the Israeli flag and then shouting Allahu Akbar. This is just unprecedented times. They're turning us into Sharia law enthusiasts. We know that Judaism is a threat to our Islamo-Christian values. All right, let's move to the Discord and see what you guys have been sharing here on the Discord floor.
I'm not doing the next one. I am not doing this.
Yes, you are. It's part of the job. Constitutionally required.
No, jump over here. They're going to have you make on this side.
All right. Come on, darling. All right. Is it okay to give my sister and my two nieces?
Hey, sis. How are you? It's a pleasure to meet you.
Got the princess here.
January 6, 2015, Joe Biden swears in Lindsey Graham while sister Darlene holds the Bible.
What a beautiful dress. How old are you,
He's a
Nicole?
good man, even though he's a Democrat. He's a good man.
Good to see you, Angel.
Hi,
Emily, how are you?
His daughter, and this is my
Sis, you stand in the middle.
Stand in the middle.
We have something in common, as he knows. We have sisters brighter and better looking.
Oh, gosh.
So if you hold the Bible, so
Here he goes. He's trying to encroach upon Lindsey Graham's sister. He's hitting on Lindsey Graham. He's getting uncomfortably close to Darlene. She's noticeably feeling very uncomfortable.
Raise is right, and we'll get this. We'll reenact.
Probably grabbing her. Never mind.
Do you solemnly swear that you will support and defend the Constitution of the United States against all
Constitution still rolls words.
enemies, foreign and domestic, that you will bear true faith and allegiance to the same, that you take this obligation freely without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion, and that you will well and faithfully discharge the duties of the office upon which you're about to enter. So
He
help.
was slurring his speech all the way back in 2015 as vice president. All right now, Ted Postal on PAC-3 interception rates. That's right. This guy's work is incredible. Theodore Postal is the guy. If you want it, he knows everything about missiles, stockpiles, interception rates, all of the technology associated with these ballistic missiles, et cetera, et cetera. So there's a near zero interception rate. Thank you for sharing this, dumb weenus. Appreciate that. Great name. Ted Postal on PAC-3 interception rates at 1850. Okay, let's take a look. I'll bite.
Now, if I go back to share, let's just look at the video data. Remember, the video data, which I'm going to explain, is going to show you what is actually happening.
Video evidence that Patriots intercept rate in the Gulf
So,
War of 2026 was
let's
near
start
zero.
looking at the video data. Here it is. Here we're going to see probably 50 or 100 warheads coming in, and we only see one intercept. I'll show you.
Wow.
I'll show you the
Where
intercept
is this,
in
though?
slow motion. And what you're seeing now is no evidence of any intercepts.
Yeah, no
And I'll show
evidence
you
of
what an intercept looks like, so you'll know exactly what to look for in future videos. So here's all these missiles coming in, and you're going to see an intercept here. This particular warhead is going to be destroyed by a Patriot. You see the whole sky lights up because the explosion of the warhead is very dramatic. So you're seeing this at 1/10 speed, and you'll see here is the remnant of the intercept, but you see 2 of the 3 warheads go onto the ground. And when they explode on the ground, you see very bright flashes. So in the roughly 50 or 100 missiles coming in, there was 1 intercept. So the real-time massed attack should look like this. There should be intercepts everywhere. If you had a 90% intercept rate, you should be seeing intercepts everywhere.
Intercept.
I'm
Right.
showing you these little circles. You don't see that. In other words, you don't see what should look like a July 4th fireworks display. You just see these missiles coming in. You don't see any evidence of successful intercepts. Now here, we have another example of no intercepts, and this is in slow motion. We'll see a bright flash in the sky. That's from a bright ground explosion. And then we're going to see a submunition release. This is, again, very slow motion. There's a second ground explosion, which lights up the sky. So that's another failed intercept. And now we see something coming in and submunitions being dispensed. And then another ground explosion. So this was a compound warhead. And what we actually saw here was a warhead that was a big explosive warhead, and it also dispensed submunitions. Then we see in 5 seconds, because this is slow motion, another. This is the. I'm sorry, it's still too fast. This is the warhead coming in. There's the submunitions being dispensed and falling to the ground. There was a ground explosion that you saw. No evidence of any intercepts at all here. And what we instead see are these anti-personnel sized submunitions falling to the ground, plus this bright flash from the warhead that dispensed the submunitions. So this is a very, very complex target. Here again, we have Tel Aviv, no intercept. Yes. Here again, we're going to see an intercept in the sky with almost a Patriot dives to the ground. Then we're going to see evidence of another intercept in the sky. That's very bright, but no other bright explosions. So again, what we should be seeing if there's a 90% intercept rate is the sky filled with bright explosions of intercepts. So again, the video evidence is showing you that the intercept rate is very low, maybe 1 or 2%. So the video reveals unambiguously that if you know what you're looking for, it reveals unambiguously that the Patriots are not successful making intercepts at all. Here again is the same thing shown again. This is one of the Al-Fatah warheads coming in. It shows you at very high speed.
Nice.
No evidence
Tel
of an
Aviv,
intercept.
March 6th.
Explosion on the ground. In this case, we see a shock wave propagating out because the violence of the explosion is so high.
The propagation has been noted.
Because the Al-Fatah comes in at a speed where its equivalent weight of TNT is added to the explosive power of the warhead as well. So it's even a more intense explosion. Here we see a rapidly maneuvering warhead. We can see that the warhead is rapidly maneuvering because we see it zigzagging, and the ground should be zigzagging.
It's like we're looking at different kinds of galaxies. This one has a spiral. This one looks like a cloud. Here we see this one moving weirdly.
All right, well, let's just go to the back end of the video here. We again see an attack coming in. It's just a line of warheads coming in, and we'll see one intercept out of these many dozens, many scores of warheads coming in. There's the intercept, but that's in real time. So I'm going to slow it up into slow motion so you can see, you know what you're looking for. Anyone who has a video who can slow it up into slow motion can identify the intercepts easily now. There's the intercept, and if you focus on the bright area,
don't tell me how to fucking be on my own live stream, okay? Are you tone copying me right now? Be honest with yourself. I'm as weird as I want to be. I'm also as bad as I want to be.
You don't see any bright object coming through relative to the object that was coming in initially. So that's a clear intercept. So we can just end this now.
Okay, let's end it. Fuck.
And discuss the question of what is really going on here.
What is
going on? And I think the answer
here,
is that we have unambiguous evidence, overwhelming unambiguous evidence that the Patriot PAC-3, the more advanced interceptor that costs $4 million each, typically, according to doctrine, 2 of which are fired at a ballistic missile in order to intercept it, and we have a 2 or 3% intercept rate. So let's say it's 2%, 1 out of 50.
Matrix, we're discussing how moist your mother's vagina is. And that's what Ted Postal's going over right now, in case you're lost. Turns out it's very moist.
Engagements. So,
especially when I'm done with her.
So we have 100 interceptors fired in order to intercept a single ballistic missile. That's its effectiveness. So this is not a good situation if you're worried about being torn to pieces by ballistic missile attacks from Iran and you're Israel. And I can show, it's another long talk, that the Iron Dome has also got a near zero intercept rate. So what we have been having is a giant deception in terms of what the public is being told about
Go figure.
how
They're
much
lying to
protection
us?
they're getting from missile defenses. And
One
one
for
of the
moist,
reasons for it, it's not
two's for
the
dry.
sole reason, one of the reasons for it are that the contractors are getting hundreds of billions of dollars by falsely claiming that these intercept systems are working. And this is a tremendous drain.
Yeah, he's wearing an Xbox headset. He's a big Call of Duty fan.
On the European, American, and other countries that are buying these missile defense systems in the hope of mitigating the consequences of ballistic missile attacks.
Okay, so there you go. We're not doing shit. We're being lied to. It doesn't matter how many ATACMS missiles, how many PAC-2s, PAC-3s, JASSMs, etc., etc. We're not doing shit. Either on the offense or on the defense. Obviously, the PAC-3s and the PAC-2s are defensive missiles, and like the JASSMs and the ATACMS are offensive. But either way, they don't really do much. And it's one thing you could say about the military-industrial complex in the United States, the financialization of capital, right? The financialization of the economy. Lockheed Martin and Raytheon and all these defense contractors, they charge out the ass for these weapons, which, is our money because we have to do this for national security for some reason. So obviously, all the $1 trillion that the government, accrues for its defense budget from tax-paying citizens, that gets funneled into weapons contractors like Lockheed Martin, and they have an incentive to charge, a fortune for these missiles, and that's so that they make sure that their bottom line, their bottom dollar is served, their bank accounts are served. They can, when it's time for their quarterly earnings, they can cash in their dividends, make all this money off these sales. But what are they selling us? They're selling us weapons that don't actually work. They're not actually relevant to fighting an asymmetrical war from a Mosaic-style defense, a decentralized defense system that Iran is using. And they don't care because they're making so much. They're making hand over fist all this money, but we're losing, And then on top of that, they have to make more weapons. They have to get more weapons contracts for these missiles that we're just running out of. And the big fuck of it all is that they don't work. They don't actually work.
Anti-Semite! He's an anti-Semite! He threatened me!
This is a point of view. You accidentally made eye contact with Rabbi Shmuley.
He wants to throw me in a gas chamber! Did you see that? Call 911! Help!
I like how he's Spider-Man.
Anti-Semite! He wants to turn me into a lampshade! I'm gonna sue you!
It's pretty much how it is. Somehow that was less deranged than the actual Rabbi Shmuley. Mike Johnson says that the Pentagon is requesting an additional $350 billion? Yeah, $350 billion for things like fighting communism on our parkour on our own shores.
There's been a lot of discussion about what's going to be included in this reconciliation bill. Can you walk through how important and how imminent it is that the Pentagon needs additional funding and what that number precisely is going to be?
Communism is so bad and awful and dysfunctional and delinquent that we need all of your money to fight it because it's so threatening. It's so menacing.
The question was, can you list the specifics of what the request is for the Pentagon? We've seen it's over $350 billion as a request, and some of this is transformational kind of funding that will help us change the dynamic of the Department of War and make it more efficient and effective. It's already the greatest fighting force on the planet, not even close. But there are some ideas, a real vision on how to improve that even further, to bolster that. You've heard the president talk about how he wants to effectively double the funding for national defense. Look, we live in dangerous times. We're fighting communism on our own shores, and we're fighting evil terrorists and tyrants around the world. And we have to be able to protect our national security. So this is not.
Where are we fighting communism on our own shores? Like, is there like a communist bunker or a communist base of operations that's, you know, headquartered in Florida or something? Like, where is the communist stronghold that we're fighting on our own shores? Oh, Groove Homes, you're at base right now? Oh, that's great. Okay. So there is a communist base of operations. Got it. So I guess there is some legitimacy to what Mike Johnson is saying here.
Let's get into the details of that.
But you can't get into details, though. Yeah, we're it, hon. This is the communist base of operations. This live stream. That's why they need $350 billion of my money. Of our money.
9 people were killed by ICE this month, and you're throwing me out while I'm reading their names? How fucking dare you!
Squazzy, I know you voted to increase ICE funding, so I wanted to get something for you. This is an adult diaper for when you pee yourself. You're the type of leader we need right now, someone who soils themselves with ashes around our.
I didn't know we were doing gifts up top. I actually also have some gifts. I have some knee pads.
Look at the tiny hat on that dude. That's a big tiny hat.
I also have some gifts. I have some knee pads for you. You can use these while you blow Donald Trump.
I just would like to say really quick, as a
This is how you got to get to him.
Jewish man,
Don't get him with the righteousness angle. Get him with the pettiness.
I have never felt safer than when there is a masked Gestapo in the street.
Good, you made a mistake. Tell Alex Prenning you made a mistake in expanding funding of ICE after Renee Good had already been shot.
This is like another Holocaust.
Nobody could
The
have
tiny hat
predicted
man
that
is speaking.
ICE would have been killing innocent people. The only way we can fight anti-Semitism is by aligning ourselves with white supremacists.
Alex Peretti, Renee Good, Keith Porter. I'm reading names of people killed by ICE. And you're going to touch me? You're going to touch me? Alex Peretti, Renee Good, Keith Porter, Parity Law. These people were killed by ICE this month. And you're going to throw me out? These people, 9 people were killed by ICE this month. And you're throwing me out while I'm reading their names? How fucking dare you?
Thank you.
Thank you. That was very anti-Semitic. The tiny hat man had a microphone. He was up on his pedestal. He couldn't even get a word in edgewise. They were encroaching on that poor tiny hat man's freedom.
Ronnie, muy buenos días. En efecto.
We did see that already. Let's see. Rabbi says non-Jews should be distracted with sports and preoccupied with killing each other so they don't focus on what the Jays are doing to cause all the problems that are destroying them.
And they go out
Interesting.
opposite each other to battle. Maktil, Chad Minayu, from Wadai, Umitar.
I like how how bad is your eyesight that this is what you have to do? He needs to get his finger involved. It says here in the Talmud that it's okay for all the non-Jews to be destroyed.
They Ukmi Malka. And for that,
In a video game, of course, in complete accordance with the YouTube community guidelines, this is satire. I'm sorry.
Busy in establishing new sovereignties.
The rabbi's treating that book like it's a newborn infant's penis. Sorry. But it's also not sorry because it's accurate. It's actually, if it was what I just described to you, he'd be balls deep in that book, actually.
In the place of the person.
Emphasis on ball.
No, they don't bother Klal Yisrael. Meaning, when Hashem does a chesed, and they're so busy killing each other that they don't kill us. So it's a historical overview of the various wars and battles, world wars, etc.
Ew.
So busy battling each other.
And then he wipes it on the Talmud. You just wiped your boogers all over the Talmud. That's got to be antiseptic. If it's anything that's antiseptic, it's that right there. Look, it says it right here. You gotta make sure they focus on K-ing each other.
Now, the Moshe Zatzal would say,
ew, and then he's putting his other hand.
That's the mile of sports. The guys are so busy in sports, they don't have time to shepherd the Jews. They're just boxing. They pummel and kill each other. They're pummeling and killing us. Go put them. They have national pastimes. Some of them.
What a great worldview from a tiny hat man. Just the salt of the earth, these people. You just gotta, you gotta foment a little war between the goyim, and you focus on that. This is the way of the Jew. Again, the fucking cynicism of these people. Do they ever just take a day off? Oh yeah, that's Shabbat, right? Yeah, but they don't take a day off to stop mass murdering and stealing and thieving. They take a day off of using Jewish appliances. That's what's not kosher. But I mean, if they're not plotting and scheming about the most nefarious shit, what are they doing? Do they even have a religion? Do they ever celebrate their religion? Or is it all political for them?
9, like baseball. Some a little more dangerous. Like
always
football,
political.
where they're wired for sound to hear the crunch of the broken bone. But the more they pummel each other, the less they pummel us. They kill each other, knock in front of them. And that's really Malka, establishing another king. That's what Yaakov was davening for, that they should knock each other out, the descendants of Esav. Whether Edom.
According to my book from 3,000 years ago, it says everything that the Israelis are doing is completely just.
And I believe a fetus gets a soul at quickening.
You have a problem in you want to believe what you believe, and it doesn't matter what anyone says.
I can show you in the Talmud where it says.
Yeah, I think the Talmud has a lot of really wicked stuff in it, and I don't subscribe to it or consider it authoritative.
I can't help you. You're an anti-Semite.
Oh my God! I thought this guy was doing a bit, but is he really being for real?
He was an anti-Semite.
You called one of the most.
But in the Talmud,
I mean, I make jokes about this, about rabbis quoting, like we just saw a rabbi quoting the Talmud, right? And I always it's like the meme, but actually the Talmud, but this guy actually has a stutter, and he's a Jewish supremacist, and he's talking about the Talmud. He's doing my bit, but unironically. That's
sacred books in Judaism are full of wickedness.
Yeah,
you're an anti-Semite.
Well, the Talmud talks about.
You don't think there's anything wicked in there?
The Talmud talks about Jesus suffering an excrement as a punishment for claiming to be the Messiah.
I think you're an anti-Semite. Okay,
I think you need to go back to speech class.
Because you're an anti-Semite.
Okay, well, I think you're an anti-human rights hypocrite, and I think you don't care about your.
And I think you have a terrible sense of fashion.
Freeborn neighbor, and you should repent, sir.
You should repent of your anti-Semitism.
Okay, I don't hate.
It's just a buzzword thing.
Also, he's look at his hands. Do they have to play into every stereotype, folks? Why is he rubbing his hands like that?
Yeah, but the Talmud said you're an anti-Semite.
clasped hands. He's sweating.
Anti-Semitism.
Okay, I don't hate
It's just a buzzword thing. Anytime you're in an argument and you're losing, you can just call the person an anti-Semite.
When you call the Talmud a book of wickedness, you're an anti-Semite.
Well, I didn't call it a book of wickedness. I said I think it has wicked things in it.
You know what? I will call the Talmud a book of wickedness.
Yes, and to me that makes you an anti-Semite.
Do you know about the part where it talks about the Lord Jesus Christ being punished in burning excrement? Do you know about that part in the Talmud?
I don't.
Of course, a Christian's going to think that's wicked, right?
That was just funny to me. I don't know.
And then, speaking of Minnesota, there's CrimeThink and Sigrid Ellis here on Blue Sky. Writing today, and this was again last week, the U.S. Attorney's Office in Minneapolis, actually this might be 2 weeks ago, and Homeland Security Investigations announced Antifa charges. Again, it's like a crime to be anti-fascist now, against accused anti-ICE protesters. In short, after ICE murdered people in the streets, they want to pretend that those who stood up to ICE represent the real threat to the public. So warrants being served in Minnesota about that. Let's read a story. So this is from Newsweek. Trump's DHS announces raids on Antifa cells in Minnesota. This is June 16. So Antifa cells, what does this mean? It means people who were legally observing ICE and, planning various resistance activities. And this is by Dan Gooding, associate editor. The U.S. Department of Justice on Tuesday charged multiple people in Minnesota who it alleges are from Antifa groups in connection with resistance to immigration enforcement. U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement, ICE, and Border Patrol being more radical than ICE by a lot of reports, swept into Minneapolis and St. Paul during the winter as part of a large-scale enforcement operation that sparked resistance and protests from locals and saw 2 U.S. citizens shot dead by federal agents. During a press conference in Minneapolis on Tuesday morning, the Department of Justice said multiple defendants had been charged with conspiracy to impede federal agents. And I have some footage, again from Blue Sky, of those arrests. Let's take a look.
Huh. Another legal observer, probably, huh?
It is, yep.
Of course it is. 612-444-2654.
Is your dog okay?
Is your dog okay? They didn't shoot your dog, did they?
My name's Isaac Sant.
Isaac Sant.
First name's I-S-A-A-C, last name S-A-N-T.
Thank you.
My lawyer is Kevin Rich. I very much like you could call him.
We'll do it.
Rich is spelled R-I-C-H.
612-444-2654.
What we are just a barbaric
Nazis.
country.
Fucking pig.
Shame on
Nazis.
In an unmarked vehicle, too.
Fucking Nazis. The
Armed
fuck out of our
guards just
neighborhood.
coming to snatch people up from their homes. I mean, that's Nazi shit right there.
Look at them. Fat pieces of shit.
What is
Get the fuck out of here. Lazy motherfuckers.
Homeland Security.
Look at them. Fucking idiots.
All right, so there's video footage of one of the arrests. And this is the point we're at now. People still ask, hey, is 9/11 still relevant? Yes, that's the event that they used to initiate Department of Homeland Security, to build all of this apparatus that has been growing and growing. That was the justification for it, the pretext. And I and others were saying back in the 2000s, this is coming. This is what they're going to do. We're here now, where masked goons are just basically carrying out Nazism in the open. We're here. What is the United States going to do? Because I've been realizing a lot of my whole orientation over the last, 20 years of doing political activism has been trying to avoid, prevent and avoid the exact scenario that we're seeing now. Well, it hasn't been prevented. It hasn't been avoided.
Yes, this is my backup page. I was suspended from going live on YouTube. I'm still suspended. I probably will be suspended for at least 90 days, maybe indefinitely. So we're live on the backup page at Rathbone Livestream. So I'd be very appreciated to, it would be very appreciated if you followed me here. Thank you.
It's now happening. I'll be honest with you, I don't really
That's
know
right.
quite
This is
what
the
to do.
new
I know how to
dedicated-
warn people about it.
This is where I'll be live streaming from now on, Monday through Friday, and just so that you know, and my main page, I'll still post stream clips, but I won't live stream from that page anymore because I can't.
Now that it's actually here, it's like this represents a big shift for me, in other words, and it's part of why, I started getting into this channel and digging deeper, because it seemed like, the usual kinds of protests and political discussions that had been happening in the 2000s, it just wasn't cutting it. A lot of people were still tuning out. It's like the kind of thing people would just avoid really seriously engaging with this until the last possible minute. Now there's a lot of liberals who are like, oh, we told you so. You didn't say shit. You said to vote for the Democrats like that was going to fix anything. The Democrats have been on board with building this shit the entire time. So no, you didn't warn us about literally anything. It's happening now. It's been happening for a while. And what is the plan? I still don't see a hell of a lot of a plan. So, I think this is going to get a lot worse before it gets better. And that is not... I wouldn't have spent so much time over the last 20 years trying to warn people about this if I didn't think that, we could do something. I do think that the country could have done something.
Thanks, Hot Dog. I'm trying to, that's my goal here for this page, is to get it monetized. So it's going to happen. It's going to happen. I just got to keep posting, and with your help, more comments, more likes, more follows, it makes it easier. So
And chose not to. I guess the question is for how much longer is it going to choose not to?
Also, another thing that would help out is when I do post when I post these clips, either on my main page or on the new page, leaving positive comments, like, even if you have nothing to say, just say like, appreciate the content, or thanks, love this, wow, so positive, just leaving comments that are like, oh, it's so insightful, so much positivity. Like, that tells the algorithm that, I'm doing good things here. So, a little bit of a, suggestion.
So anyway, during a press conference in Minneapolis on Tuesday morning, the DOJ said multiple defendants had been charged with conspiracy to impede federal agents. Protests took place in the city against the arrests. Minnesota 50501 chair, and this is the No Kings people, so, anyway, Chair Drew Harmon told Newsweek that the grassroots group, quote, abhors and condemns the indictments, quote, they're a move from a weak, flailing regime. And again, they're just talking about Trump. To these people, the Democrats are like blameless, basically. The absurdity that they are arresting people for blowing whistles and observing law enforcement while the murderers of Renee Good and Alex Pretty and the ICE agents who brutalized us and kidnapped our neighbors walk free is not lost on us. All right, what are you going to do about it? Minneapolis charges what to know. The Minnesota U.S. Attorney Daniel N. Rosen said Tuesday that 15 people had been charged over allegedly impeding federal agents as well as stalking,
That's okay, Kate.
assault.
I was also late to the stream tonight because I had to do your mom thing as well. So we have the same excuse.
Threatening officers. Hey, how about the whole shooting people dead in the street thing? Got any progress on that?
Wow.
So far, 13 of the 15 individuals are in custody, the attorney said. The charges in a federal indictment now unsealed came as part of Joint Task Force Vanguard, a Trump administration program started as part of efforts to tackle political violence.
Exactly. Say shit like this. Wow, I lost 20 pounds just listening to your podcast.
That's really interesting.
That's the kind of comments we need.
And considering that the political violence has been coming...
Thanks to Rathbone, I am now smarter and better looking, and now my family is not repulsed by me. Cheers to you, Rathbone. And that would be a great comment to leave on my videos, just to let YouTube know, hey, I'm a positive pillar in this community.
From the right overnight.
Oh, shit. Russian Wilson, you gained 20 pounds just by listening to my... No, I'm sorry to hear that. We're going to work it off. Don't worry. We're going to get you back.
90% of it, well over 90% of it, coming from the right
J-Jax
for years.
What's the $100? That's sad. At least it wasn't $500 like that one idiot, right? Remember that dumbass that super chatted me $500 and then had to go get it refunded. What an
response, just hire them to ICE. I mean, we were talking before about, why don't you hear so much about the Proud Boys? Why would they maintain
all that
a separate organization when they can just join the government and do the exact same things with full legal protection? Quote, these defendants have been charged not for what they said, but for what they did. Rosen told reporters Tuesday, quote, they all joined an agreement, a conspiracy to interfere with lawful immigration enforcement operations. These fucks could set up actual, death ovens, and they'd...
I'm not even listening to this fucking clip anymore. It's okay. It was boring me to fucking tears. But you're not boring me. I enjoy your comments. I turned your life around. There you go. These are all things that you should direct to the actual posts, I mean, I appreciate it you saying here. I mean, it probably does wonders too. Because, they're always watching. You know that they are, right? Oh, they're watching. They're always watching. Leering. Brooding. Scheming. Plotting. I cured your vaginismus. I didn't even know that was such a thing. But glad to hear it, I guess. You stubbed your toe once when you were watching the stream. Now that, I'm really sorry about that. That's my fault. Greg, where you at, Greg? Look at that dimpled, supple cheek man. So, just completely handsome. What a symmetrical face. Your mom's scoliosis has been cured. And that was not from you watching the stream. That's because I actually went in there and re-broke your mom's back. I blew it out. She asked me to. Don't worry. She loved every second of it. But it did. It cured her scoliosis. That's pretty awesome. Saved me a medical bill, honestly. Enthralled, you say? Wow. The pic of Greg was pre-op. He was talking about his mother, Matrix. Try to keep up, okay? Unless Greg got cheek implants to make his cheeks so supple. Well, a lot of this is we already watched, so you guys have... Oh yeah, I did want to see this. Apparently Netanyahu was heckled in the Knesset today. I think this was today. Busha! Busha! Oh, you know when the Israelis are doing this, wagging their finger at you, they mean business. Imagine. Everyone hates this man, even his own people. I think in a sick way, I think Netanyahu actually enjoys this. Because all narcissists love attention. No matter what kind of attention that is. There's Ben Gavir. Oh, he's ordering some pizza, apparently. Extra cream cheese, please. Put a beat behind it. I don't know, Thugbone. Can you? Do you have that kind of power? are you in possession of the faculties which would produce such an event? I dare you, Thugbone. Why don't you make my day? All right, cowboy? Go ahead. Yeah, I don't even know what they're saying. Are they saying Messiah? I think they're saying for shame, maybe. I think they're trying to shame him. I don't think it's a good thing. But then again, what is? Massage! They just want a massage. That's what it is. They're like, where is Epstein's massage table? What is this solving, guys? This is just theater. Nobody, I mean, he's shaking. Oh, look, he's leaving now. He actually did leave.
1,
Wow.
0,
And now here's
lift off.
Everyday history unfolds.
No idea why that. What the hell is this?
Was that not a deal breaker for the president?
Okay, whatever. Okay, thank you for that. Yeah, so he actually was run out of the Knesset. They ran him out. He's like, fuck this shit. Wow, you know? All right, here's Thugbone's comedy sketch. If it's not funny, Thugbone, you're out of here, okay? You're banished from the stream forever.
Activity. Water's
When you're just trying to have a good time with the bros, it says.
perfect. What? What's this? What the heck? What the crap? No clothes allowed? Looks like we're gonna have to take all of our clothes off to even get in. I'm sure we could keep our shorts on. I know, I was thinking, man, I wish I could keep my clothes on, but I can't. Because the Airbnb's under my name, so if we break any of their rules, it's gonna come back on me. I can't have that. I don't think Airbnb would do that. I just can't have that, man.
Hey,
we're gonna have to. But we're probably gonna have to come on back over here, you guys. Great. This should be our first activity. Water's perfect. What? What's this? What the heck? What the crap? No clothes allowed? Looks like we're gonna have to take all of our clothes off to even get in. I'm sure we could keep our shorts on. I know, I was thinking, man, I wish I could keep my clothes on, but I can't. Because the Airbnb's under my name, so if we break any of their rules, it's gonna come back on me. I can't have that.
It is kind of like a Tim Robinson style, huh? His over delivery. That's not funny. This is not funny, okay? I don't know what made you think that this is funny, but this is exactly. Salad noodles, you're absolutely right. What a disappointment. And I like Thugbone, but I gotta, them's the rules, you know? Thugbone gets the wall. You can face the wall, Thugbone. That's it. You're donezo, all right? That wasn't funny. Not in the slightest. I didn't even so much as chortle. What a letdown. And you wasted company time? Shame on you. For shame! For shame! For shame! Let's all shame Thugbone. For shame! Thugbone, this is for you. Oh, look at him. He's trying to crawfish his way out of he's doing the Mott and Bailey fallacy here. Oh, I never said it was funny. You called it a comedy skit. So, according to your twisted universe, comedy is not supposed to be funny? Exactly. Just complete churlishness. Unbelievable. Unbelievably churlish of you, Thugbone. And then to just not even own it. If you say that you're going to share a comedy sketch, presumably the implication is, yes, it's funny. It's comedy. Okay? If you were going to share a tragedy sketch and it wasn't tragic, I would have said, hey, what the fuck? This wasn't as advertised. But instead, you called it comedy. Now you're saying, oh, well, I never said it was funny, but that was the implication. Okay? That's a shame on you. You're trying to gaslight us. You would. You'd make a good politician. That's true. The way you just slip on out of there. Slip sliding. Like George H.W. Bush. Slip sliding away. Slip sliding away. All right. That's all my Discord links. I don't think that there's... I have to pee so bad.
Because when you just say unlimited, it's stunning what then someone can turn around and spend. We saw, for example, Elon Musk in the Supreme Court race in Wisconsin. $20 million on a state Supreme Court race.
Lost. All right, you're right. I'm just going to go. I'm just going to do it. I'm just going to go right now. Ready? All right. Wow. Okay. Okay, I'm back. I'm better. You know, I've never done that on stream before, but there's a one time, you know, first time for everything. So that was good. It smells like asparagus now. My seat is a little damp. But we're good. We're good to go. I should put Scott Ritter on. Okay. Where's he at? I'll put it on. I'll go actually pee now this time. What is Scott Ritter on about this time? The latest thing I have from him is Scott Ritter from Danny Haiphong. Is this the one? I know, I'm like an Amazon delivery driver. This is abuse. This is what you guys put me through. This is you're just like Amazon and I'm your factory worker. You won't even let me get up to go to the bathroom. Okay, there you go. There. We did the peeing and the farting. So should I click on this one? Yeah, 3 hours, and I've just been drinking
which claimed that they were being deceived by the United States to transit the strait with their transponders off. Now, also, Yemen has entered the war after Saudi Arabia, with Trump's blessing, Saudi Arabia, with Trump's blessing, bombed Sana'a International Airport. And Yemen has responded with what they call a full aerial blockade and hit, I believe, an international airport in Saudi Arabia as well. So with these latest updates, Scott, I wanted to kick it to you. Since the last time we spoke, there's been a flare-up, a major flare-up of war. What do you make of the U.S.'s strikes in particular and how Iran has responded thus far and where we are right now?
Well, one of the interesting things is we don't really know what the U.S. is bombing. The United States isn't providing a daily breakdown of, we're hitting this missile base, this missile base, this missile base. We just hear that, targets are struck in the Bandar Abbas region and the Chabahar region, et cetera. And from the Iranians, it appears they're not too flustered by these attacks, which tells me that the U.S. has exhausted its target deck. I mean, we don't know, why they're bombing. What is the goal? What is the objective of the bombing campaign? Is it to suppress Iran's ballistic missile capability? Well, I mean, you just saw that the Iranians are launching and striking targets at will. So again, incomplete data, and we have to accept this. Always difficult to do, perfect analysis under any circumstances, but with incomplete data, this seems to be more about a charade and bluff and bluster by the United States. Why would I say this? Well, we know that the 39-day campaign exhausted pretty much America's supply of long-range strike weapons, and also, advanced ballistic missile interceptors capable of, having the possibility of intercepting incoming Iranian missiles. Now, the U.S. took advantage of the pause since April 8th, I believe, that to not only restock their oil, which J.D. Vance openly acknowledged that the MOU is just a lie, that we signed it because we were running out of oil, we need to get more oil, but we'd also run out of ammunition. People have to ask the question, why did we stop the war when we stopped it? Because leading up to the ceasefire, Donald Trump was saying, we're going to bomb them forever. We're going to blow them up. The end of the Iranian civilization. Everything's done, And all of a sudden it's like, nope, we're signing an MOU. Now, he said it's because, Trump amazingly sometimes is very honest. He said that we signed, he had no choice but to sign the MOU because we were out of oil. We had to do this.
Feels so much better.
That sort of means that we lost. Got to keep that in mind. But the other reason is we ran out of ammunition. We didn't have the ability to sustain this fight. So when you look at this now, Donald Trump's talking about we're going to have 3 weeks. I think 3 weeks is about the maximum we have for ammunition. 21 days, and then we're out of ammo again. We're right back to where we started. Not only that, now we see pressure being put on the oil markets by the Iranians shutting down the Strait of Hormuz and maybe the Bab el-Mandeb. Notice I said that right. I'm learning. Strait being shut down by the Houthi. They're apparently holding that in reserve. They're not playing all their cards at once. But the fact is, the dynamic that led to Donald Trump pleading for a ceasefire in April exists today. Nothing has changed. I don't know what he thinks he's going to accomplish by re-engaging in was it Einstein, I believe, who said that the definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over again, expecting a different outcome. Well, here we are doing the same thing, even less though. We're not even coming in as hard as we came in the first time and expecting a different outcome. The only change here, and again, it's always difficult to assess anything that Donald Trump's doing because, as the Russians have said, he's emotionally unstable. As other people have said, he's just straight up batshit crazy. And it's hard to have predictability in a personality and a mind that's unpredictable. But it was fascinating to see him say the Iranians aren't allowed to charge anything going through the Strait of Hormuz. But now I'm taking over the Strait of Hormuz. He's not. He can't. He doesn't have the ability. And when I do, even though we know he can't because he doesn't have the ability, I'm going to charge, 20% surcharge for every ship going through. So he just instantaneously legitimized the Iranian business model, the model that he had rejected before. There will be no payments. He just legitimized that. Now, again, crazy like a fox. I think that he did that on purpose because now what I think he's looking for, this is his political out, is an eventual resolution that gives America a buy-in. 20% is, he's just a New York realtor coming in with a ridiculous quote, and then it'll be negotiated down. At least that's his plan. But I think what he's looking for is to get Oman back in with Iran.
Well, he's already rescinded the 20% fee.
I'll use a big word that I'm probably using
that he couldn't impose anyway.
Bifurcate the control of the strait, even though Iran will impose the totality of its will. There will be two paths like there were. Remember, Oman had the southern passage, and Iran had the other one, and that there will be a joint toll collection, and Trump will take a percentage of the Omani cut and then declare victory. Because that's the only thing that makes sense here, because there's no other out. There literally is no other out. He can drop bombs, and he will drop bombs on Iranian, nuclear sites just to put that marker down. But there's no other out for him. He needs a political out. Because here's the problem. We lost the war, and we're not going to win the war. But war is an extension of politics by other means. So if you get to spin things in a way that creates perception, because perception creates its own reality. So even though we know America lost the war, that the Iranians have the strategic advantage, if Donald Trump can make things happen that allow him to spin data in a way that alters the perception of the American public, which is the only public that counts come November because they vote, that Donald Trump has achieved some sort of great victory here, that's it. So that's the only thing that makes sense here, because otherwise, this is not a war-winning strategy. I mean, you can get as many people, you can get Wesley Clark and you can get General McKenzie, the former Marine commander, to come out and talk all they want about seizing the Strait and taking Kharg Island. If we could have seized the Strait, we would have done so back in April. We didn't because we can't, and nothing's happened that makes it so that we can. If we could have taken Kharg Island, we would have. We can't. We don't have the resources available to seize and hold. That's the important thing. Sure, we can throw enough Marines at the problem. Marines are very good at wading through chest-high water, getting mowed down by machine guns and keep coming because that's just what we do. All right, so we can stack the bodies, build another memorial. Instead of the Iwo Jima Memorial, we'll build the Kharg Island Memorial of Marines raising the flag, except this time we'll have to take the flag down and leave because the best analogy isn't the Iwo Jima analogy, which Lindsey Graham was fond of quoting, but the Kotang Island analogy. Kotang Island being that small island off the coast of Cambodia. In May of 1975, a Marine battalion landing team was sent to seize the island because we believed that U.S. sailors from the Mayaguez, an American merchant vessel, were being held there. They weren't. They were held somewhere else. But the Marines got on there. 8 out of the 11 helicopters in the first wave were either shot down straight up or suffered so much damage they had to flee back and couldn't be flown again. Scores of Marines were killed. Dozens of Marines were in the water swimming for their life. And we had the Marines split up on the island, 300 to 500 Khmer Rouge launching counterattacks, threatening to overrun. We had to scramble in a desperate move in a nighttime evacuation. We left under fire, abandoning 3 Marines. A 3-man M60 crew on the flank was left, and they were captured and executed by the Khmer Rouge next. It was a day of dishonor for the Marine Corps. Even though there was heroism there, I know many of the Marines who fought there, they fought heroically. But we lost. It was dishonorable because we had to flee and we abandoned Marines. We abandoned bodies. That's not what we do. And yet that's what will happen at Kharg Island if we go in, and everybody knows it. So Trump is out there just spouting nonsense and things that aren't going to happen, betting on the fact that the Iranians, in accepting the MOU, made a similar gamble that Trump did. And the Iranians admitted it. I mean, Professor Morandi, who I respect greatly, said, we sold a whole bunch of oil. Yeah, you sold 60 million barrels worth of oil. And that brought money in. And you were able to establish economic links and create some sort of, domestic stability, which is all very important during this time, knowing the United States would eventually renege on the MOU, because that's what we do. As Sergei Lavrov has said, this foreign minister of Russia, we are agreement incapable. And so, I think both.
What's your name? L'Oreal? Chloe? Oh, you're French, are you? You're, Israel, all right. I'm sure so many people are assuming you're something which is nasty. Fuck you. He's a lovely Jew. And what are you doing with yourself, Ariel? Oh. Is that true? Well, I'm going to blow you too. And do you work for Paramount as well? Do tell, what do you do? If you've got money, I can be funny. And what country are you from? You live here now, but that doesn't answer the question. What country are you from?
Oh, he doesn't want to say. I wonder
are you
why.
From Israel too?
Yes.
Fuck.
I don't get why this is
Gorgeous
so funny.
Israeli teaser. Fuck me after the show, I'll give you a visa. Although I've guessed the situation. If I invite him to my house, it'll end in occupation. No. No.
Yeah, you're right. That was really boring. I don't know. That was just... Sorry.
Both sides know that the MOU is just a piece of paper, but
That'll
they're
be
going to
good.
keep it in place because, and sooner or later, I'm going to publish this article on hybrid diplomacy because that's what's happened. This is not traditional diplomacy. This is hybrid diplomacy, where we use it's diplomacy in name only. We know each side's going to cheat, but we keep it in place because we've built in the cheating as being the norm. We cheat until we need more oil or more munitions. We accept their cheating while we get more oil, more munitions. And then we both say the MOU's not in effect, but we don't rip it up. Hybrid diplomacy. We hold it in place until we need a pause again. And now we have, instead of renegotiating something new, we fall back on something that exists. We see this with Russia and the United States. We see this with Iran and the United States. Neither Russia nor Iran believes the United States is capable of honorably negotiating. But they both keep the potential of diplomacy open because it's sometimes, especially when you're dealing with an emotionally unstable president who, moves the needles, at some point in time, the needle's going to be pointing in a direction where diplomacy is conducive, and you keep the window open so you could rapidly close in and get whatever temporary arrangements are necessary to, up whatever you need to be upped. So we're in a period of hybrid diplomacy right now. Right now, we're doing more of the hybrid and less of the diplomacy. But
that's true. Yeah, certainly that's the case. Well, let me pull up this then, Scott, because as you were talking about Trump's 20% toll, legitimizing this, saying the blockade is back on against Iran for everything Iranian-based that's going to be coming out of the Persian Gulf. He said that they will have to charge 20% in order for the United States to be able to cost-effectively do this. Then today, so this was all within the last day, he comes out saying...
Yeah, that NDAA authorization bill was blocked in the Senate, so that's good. I think it didn't, because I know they voted on it like a month ago, and I guess it passed the House, but it was blocked in the Senate, which is interesting because usually... Well, I mean, it usually is like that. Whatever gets passed in the House is blocked in the Senate, but it's usually what gets passed in the House is like something that's ostensibly good for the public majority, and then it gets blocked by the Senate because it's bad for the donor class. So it says Senate Democrats on Tuesday defeated a motion to proceed to the $1.15 trillion annual defense authorization bill, legislation that usually enjoys strong bipartisan support, but this year has become snarled in a partisan fight over defense spending levels. The motion to advance the annual defense bill failed by a vote of 50 to 46. It needed 60 votes to succeed. Senators voted strictly along party lines except for Senate Majority Leader John Thune, who changed his vote from yes to no to allow him to bring the motion back to the floor at a later time. Weird. How does that allow you to bring the motion back to the floor so it can be voted on again? 4 senators missed the vote. Fetterman, Jim Justice, Mitch McConnell, who's dead. Who allegedly, he might be dead. He might not be dead. Nobody knows for sure what is the status of Mitch McConnell's life. Is he still counted among the living? The legislation advanced out the Senate Armed Services Committee on June 11th with a bipartisan 18-9 vote. So that was that vote we were talking about. So that was out of the Senate Armed Services Committee. So that didn't even come from the... I must have misspoke then because I thought it was passed in the House. But that was not what happened. The legislation advanced out of the Senate Armed Services Committee on June 11th with a bipartisan 18-9 vote. But the partisan battle lines have hardened since then as Republican and Democratic negotiators have failed to reach agreement on top-line defense and non-defense spending levels. Democrats also cited the resumption of the military conflict with Iran and Trump's failure to ask Congress to authorize the war. I mean, we would have said yes, but why didn't you ask us first? Which started on February 28 as a big reason behind their opposition to the NDAA. Now the White House has formally notified Congress that hostilities have resumed, that American strikes are underway again, and our forces remain positioned for more. Yet Republicans want the Senate to take up the NDAA, the defense bill, as though none of this is happening. Chuck Schumer, Shoma Shaba Schumer, the protector of Israel, said that on the floor before the vote. The legislation would provide $1.1 trillion to the Department of Defense, $41 billion to the Department of Energy to manage the nation's nuclear arsenal. That's great. That's awesome. Yes, $41 billion to manage our nuclear weapons. That's a wonderful use of our money. It's like every rich fucking scumbag that's part of the donor class is preparing for World War III. So what does that tell you? That is my privileged chosen voice, EC Yoja. The legislation would provide $1.1 trillion to the Department of Defense and $41 billion to manage the nuclear arsenal, $11 billion to other defense-related activities. The legislation includes a 3.6% pay raise for troops and investments in education, housing, health care, and child care for military families. No, my house did not flood. Thank you for asking. But the lack of a bipartisan deal on increasing defense and non-defense spending levels in tandem has caused a deadlock in the Senate that has ensnared the regular appropriations bills and now the defense authorization bid as well. Senate Armed Services Committee Chairman Roger Wicker called the Democratic vote to block the defense bill from coming up for debate unprecedented. It's unprecedented not to pass the motion to proceed on the NDAA, and it reflects a decision and a mindset on the part of Senator Schumer not to cooperate at all because so much of this has been done on a bipartisan basis. He said it really is a new low. It's interesting that Chuck Schumer was against the NDAA because he is the self-proclaimed protector of Israel. Schumer on Monday criticized Republicans in a Dear Colleague letter for pushing lopsided bills that increased defense spending substantially while leaving behind non-defense programs. Excuse me, there's nothing normal about putting forward a lopsided proposal that shuts down bipartisan inputs and jams through one-sided bills that shortchange families, prolong a war, and shield corruption, he wrote. Yeah. He also voted to send more weapons to Israel. So, Senator Chris Murphy on Tuesday slammed the defense authorization bill as a bill to support the military conflict with Iran, which most Americans oppose. It's a war funding authorization bill. This is an authorization for the Iran war, a war that nobody in this country wants, he said. Some Democrats were wavering on whether to vote to begin debate on the bill, such as Senator Jack Reed, the ranking member of the Armed Services Committee. Okay, so it's a small victory in the short term, but apparently it can be voted on again, so nothing is ever safe, you know. Nothing is safe. As long as we leave the criminals in charge, they will find a way to shortchange us somehow because they have all the levers that they need. One lever gets dialed down, another lever they'll switch and get something else dialed up. That's how it works.
The Strait of Hormuz. 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 All together now. Hormuz. The Strait of Hormuz. Okay. One more time for the people in the back. The Strait of Hormuz.
Hormuz.
That's correct. Whose strait is it? It's Hormuz's strait. Okay. We're 6 months into this conflict. Hormuz. Okay. Hormuz, I ain't never heard of her. I ain't seen her around these parts. Okay.
Bitch, you're a white woman from Kansas. How are you lecturing us on how to pronounce a foreign strait in the Middle East? Who the fuck cares, lady? That's my point. You made a video about this? You spent time out of your day trying to lecture people on how to pronounce Hormuz. It's Iran, not Iran. Not Iran. Or maybe it is Iran and not... Who cares?
Hormuz. And I know 6 months in, y'all are
5 months in. 5 months in. 5 months.
Talking about this damn near every day.
Okay, stay with me, Karen. 5 months? It's been 5 months. Not 6, not 4, 5.
Strait of Hormuz. The other thing I know, deep in my soul, is that you can say Hormuz. I know you can say Hormuz because we are what?
Well, then why is that you there? Okay. I understand trying to, correct people's pronunciation, but the way that she's going about this is just like it's condescending. She even has the camera angle faced up towards her, so she's in a position of authority symbolically because we're looking up at her as she explains down to us. I mean, directors use this trick all the time. Why is she condescending us? It's perfectly natural to say Hormuz. She is insufferable. Thank you, Kate Game. And I'm all for trying to correct dumb Americans on how to pronounce foreign words, okay? Nothing wrong with that. But yes, am I tone policing her? Absolutely. I think her time could be better spent on other things.
Month into the World Cup, and all of a sudden, everyone can pronounce every country correctly, every player correctly. Like, you're saying Kylian Mbappe with all the accoutrements of his name, okay? You can say Hormuz. I know deep in my soul you can say Hormuz, okay? We're all walking around speaking Norwegian.
I mean, like, of all the things to be incredibly incensed about and angered about in this godforsaken world, she's going to make a video on how to pronounce the Strait of Hormuz. And now I'm just going to say Hormuz just to piss this lady off because that's how she makes me feel. I'm sticking with Hormuz. All right? Because of this bitch.
For the team, you can say Hormuz. Made this video before, and it feels like I'm going to have to make it again. But like 6 months in...
It's like, what are we, your children? Are you sending us to school too? I know I'm gonna be back here. You didn't clean your room. I'm gonna be back here next month. The same thing.
Strait of Hormuz. Hormuz. It's just not that complicated. It's killing me, okay? It is so grating. It is so grating to the ear, okay? Because it's...
I think what's grating to the ear is listening to the screams of Palestinian children. Not people mispronouncing a word.
So simple. It's such an easy word to say. I swear to God, y'all are doing...
This is just like the peak of woke, imperialism, woke liberalism.
On purpose to just fuck with me.
It's all about you. We just trying to get under your skin, Karen. We're trying to ruin brunch for your ass. Hormuz. Bitch.
The Strait of Hormuz. چیز دیگه هم که نمیفهمم واسم خیلی عجیبه است که چرا یه سری از ایرانی‌ها میگن Strait of Hormuz. Strait of Hormuz. I'm Iranian. Strait of Hormuz. شما که میتونید بگین هرمز، لازم هم نیست فارسی بلد بشین که بتونید بگین هرمز. میدونی این همه دیاسپورا نشستین امریکا.
Now she's speaking Farsi. Okay, we get it. You are very cultured. We are swine, uncultured swine. You're awesome. We suck. You're the best. We're the worst. More fluff in the tumble dryer? What is this? Oh shit, no way. Is that really? I don't feel like that's real. This has got to be AI. No way. Do y'all think that was real? That is a missile shooting down an aircraft or shooting an aircraft carrier. There's just no way. I don't believe that this is a real thing. Also, why did they all exploded and like only one of them hit? This is AI. Fake. It's fake shit. Don't believe that shit. That's from a video game. Actor Mark Feuerstein laments anti-Semitism and issues with Jewish representation in Hollywood. Certain Jewish actors have their publicists tell reporters don't ask about their trips to Israel or their time in Jewish summer camp.
The way anti-Semitism can show up in Hollywood does have some nuance because it's not always obvious, you know?
Look at this guy.
I'll just share three examples.
So Ashkenazi.
One was my own, and then two from friends.
I was driving down the street, and I came across this parking lot, and there was a sign. It said free parking, and I thought it said free Palestine. And I broke down and cried. Another instance, I was at a McDonald's, and I was trying to order some chicken tendies. And the guy in front of me, he had a shirt on, and the shirt said Zionism is racism, and I had to run to the bathroom and start crying.
Mine was doing press for a movie. A Jewish reporter shared with me that the publicists of certain Jewish actors would come in before the interview to say, don't ask about their trip to Israel that they took when they were a teenager. Don't ask about their time in Jewish summer camp, and basically just don't raise the issue that they're Jewish. And that's a shame.
That's
because
a shame.
I'm a proud Jew, and I'm always very happy when it comes up to talk about it.
Camp Ramah.
Camp Ramah.
So, can we talk about that nose? You want to talk about being Jewish? What'd that nose do, bro?
Yeah, exactly. Whatever it is, I'm happy to. My bar mitzvah. But then there was a friend of mine named Adam Shapiro. He had an experience on the movie Mank, which was directed by David Fincher, where Gary Oldman, who is playing Herman Mankiewicz, great writer, wrote Citizen Kane. And there's a moment, and he's Jewish, and he's delivering a line where he's saying, no, that guy's just a kibitzer. Every take, he just says, no, that guy's just a kibitzer. And Adam Shapiro, my friend, is going, hello, anybody catching that? And he tells David Fincher, who's like, just let it go. And then a couple more takes. No, he's just a kibitzer. And finally, Adam goes up to Gary Oldman.
What's so, oh no.
He's like, hey, Gary, it's kibitzer. Okay, just say kibitzer. And so finally he got it, but like that goes into another conversation about.
And that's supposed to be rampant anti-Semitism? What is that an example of? What is he's trying to say that the Jews are being oppressed? Because why now?
Representation and authenticity, which we're not going to solve right now.
What the hell is a kibitzer? I don't even know what that is.
It's a subtle thing. And then lastly, my friend Jamie Denbo, who gave me permission to share this with you, is a brilliant comedian, but also a great writer, and was in the writer's room of Grey's Anatomy, where after October 7th, things got real tough for her.
Oh, wow. Yeah, it got real tough for some Jewish actor in Hollywood after October 7th. Wow.
In that room, a very left-wing room in general, a lot of Free Palestine going on in there, but which is, whatever. But
don't go in that room, guys. There's a lot of Free Palestine going on in there. Don't do it.
She's there pitching stories.
Oh my God, they're saying Free Palestine. Jews are tired.
Great stories, realistic stories about a Jewish character dealing with anti-Semitism, and it just keeps getting pushed aside. She just cannot get any traction on this. And finally, one day, she was mentoring another writer on the staff, and her mentee pulls her into a room.
Her mentee.
And says, you know that when you talk about Israel, like that it's an apartheid state. And she says, have you ever been to, Jamie says, have you ever been to
ever been? They have the same fucking silly batshit insane comments.
Israel? And this mentee who's supposed to be looking up to her goes, no, but I've been to South Africa. And Jamie was like, okay. So she went to HR to report this.
Oh my God. HR. She's like, I've been to an apartheid state. Yes, I've been to South Africa. Wait till my lawyer hears about this. Let's get human resources on the line.
She's not just going to sit and take it, willingly. And never, while they had great seminars about LGBTQ issues that were actually really informative and about other marginalized groups, they never brought anyone in to do a seminar on anti-Semitism, and she quit. And she is talking about it right now at the AJC in Washington.
Wow.
And we'll be happy to come anywhere anybody wants her to.
Wow. Yeah, no, but she can go anywhere she wants to talk about this, because anti-Semitism is obviously such a problem that she can't find any avenues or spaces or organizations to partner with to talk about anti-Semitism, because it's so rampant that, they're being ostracized from society altogether. And what's the evidence for this? Well, this guy, he's a Jewish actor, and when he has to go promote his films, he's told that he should not talk about his Jewish summer camp. And that's really sad. He can't talk about his bar mitzvah, and that is an infringement upon his Jewish rights. And obviously, it's affecting his ability to work. Clearly, he can't find a gig in this town because he's Jewish, right? No. Oh, no. Actually, it's fine. He's a working actor. He's thriving. He's giving speeches and attending conferences about being Jewish and such. So what were all these examples of anti-Semitism? What were these examples? He couldn't talk about Jewish summer camp. That was anti-Semitic. His Jewish friend had to correct the pronunciation of kibbutzer in a story about a Jewish writer. They were celebrating a Jewish writer who wrote Citizen Kane. And in that story, one of the actors mispronounced a word, kibbutzer, and apparently that was really anti-Semitic, but they didn't catch that. And then the final one was his Jewish friend who I forget what was her problem.
And this mentee who's supposed to be looking up to her goes, no, but I've been to South Africa.
Oh, right, because she was getting called out about Israel being an apartheid state, and somebody said, well, have you been to Israel? And the person says, no, but I've been to South Africa, which was an apartheid state. And that is another example of anti-Semitism. People need to understand that when we talk about problems like racism or anti-Semitism, it has to be on an institutional level. Anti-Semitism will become a thing, or would become a thing, if it can be demonstrated on an evidentiary basis that Jews are ostracized from facets and aspects of society and societal life because they are Jewish. So if a Jew applies for a bank loan and is denied by the financial institution because they're Jewish, that would be an example of anti-Semitism. That's affecting their ability to, create an opportunity for themselves or acquire a home or et cetera, or in an education, or whatever you want to use the money for. Or let's say, a Jewish person was denied entry into an Ivy League institution maybe because they were Jewish. Okay, they were denied access to education because of their celebration of their faith. Okay, that's an example of anti-Semitism. Or they were fired from their job. They couldn't be on track for a career in X, Y, or Z because they are Jewish. Okay, that would be an example of anti-Semitism. Because now you're actually depriving people of access to resources because of whatever religion they celebrate. But that is not what these chodes are referring to when they throw out that word, anti-Semitism, because anti-Semitism at an institutional level doesn't exist. In fact, being Jewish actually makes you more accessible, the institutions become more accessible to you. If anything, you certainly don't become undermined because you're Jewish. In many cases, I would say there's evidence to the contrary, because most of the people that head these institutions, whether financial institutions, educational institutions, in government, it tends to be more Jewish people. They're not excluded. In fact, they're celebrated. They're promoted. So there's no real anti-Semitism aside from, I don't know, I guess you could say there are people that make jokes about Jews, but people make jokes about every social and ethnic group under the sun. They're jokes. There's stereotypes about Jews, yes. There are stereotypes about Jews. There's stereotypes about white people, black people. There's stereotypes about people that play tennis and people that are bald or whatever. That's not anti-Semitism. That's not racism. I mean, it's not a law. I mean, maybe it will be that you can't make jokes about Jews, It's not like it's not like there's a law that says you must love Judaism and you must love the Jews. I mean, maybe there will be the way things are going, but you are reserved, you have the right to not like certain religions. I mean, that's your, nobody can force you to think a certain way necessarily. Ostensibly, you can have your prejudices. It's not illegal, But I would love to live in a world where we can say that, I would love to be able to live in a world where we can say things like, the Jays control X, Y, or Z, Hollywood, the banks, the government, and not be canceled by those very institutions for saying that thing. We should be allowed to say these things. And the fact that it's being met with such hostility lets you know that we're flying over the target. Because if it wasn't true, then who would care? Just some crazy people. Yeah, they say it to themselves, of course. I mean, they brag about it. They gloat about it. But if we say it, sort of like with that word goy, it's like they can say it as long, all they want. But we can't say that word. That's anti-Semitic. So Glenn Greenwald says one of the great stains on the American experiment has been the brutal systemic exclusion of Jews from Hollywood. He's being facetious. One of the great stains on the American experiment has been the brutal systemic exclusion of Jews from Hollywood. See how he's framing this tweet? The systemic exclusion. It's just like what I was just talking to you about, right? Jews are not systemically excluded from Hollywood. They're not systemically excluded from higher education, from the housing industry. They're not excluded from financial institutions, from the government, from the military, whatever. So Glenn Greenwald's being especially sarcastic. One of the great stains on the American experiment has been the brutal systemic exclusion of Jews from Hollywood. No studio moguls, no agents, no writers or directors, no actors, no Holocaust films. Certainly there has never been any films about the Holocaust. Why don't we get that? Just systemic, suffocating anti-Semitism. The ADL has denounced it. Listen here to the tragic ways that Jews still suffer in Hollywood solely for being Jews. I mean, this is what is so out of touch, and this is what everyone laughs. This is why we laugh at them the way that we do, because when they try to conjure up this imaginary fear that they're living under, and it's like, dude, that doesn't exist. And by the way, the things that you're defending are doing all the things that you're pretending that you're victim to. So we have nothing to do but laugh and ridicule you because you're so tone deaf and out of touch. And we're looking at a live stream genocide. We're looking at children being torn apart every day. And we have to sit here and listen to these chodes, I don't know what else to call them, these dingleberries talk about how they're victims and how saying what was the crowning example of anti-Semitism in that clip? It's that some Jewish writer was confronted by somebody else with the fact that Israel is an apartheid state. It was words that did not comport with the preciousness of the Jewish identity. And that is just intolerable. That is anti-Semitism. It's the scourge of anti-Semitism. It's on the rise. It's pervasive. It's everywhere. It's like another hologram. And I remember, shortly after October 7th, when we're still trying to parse out who are our class enemies here, who are Zionists and who are anti-Zionist, who's saying the right things, who's saying the wrong things, just so we know, because this is the litmus test now, is the Israeli genocide. Which side are you on? Because it informs every other thing about your personality. That it's like you either get that position right, then you're more likely to get other things right. But if you get that position wrong, you're definitely getting other things wrong. It's like, why even interact with people? Why entertain people that are going to support Israel, going to support genocide, going to support the senseless slaughter of children? So, and I remember seeing Amy Schumer, crying about being a victim of anti-Semitism. It's just like, wow. I was like one of the first clips I'm saying, like, oh, they're going to double down on this shit. Like there is really some inhumane people. There are really some inhumane people in this world. And it's just abominable. And I'm being confronted with that on a daily basis. Like, oh my Lord. There's people out there that just really believe this and really are going to double down on this genocide. Incredible. Here's breaking: Chinese cargo trains return to Tehran after the bridge bombed by the U.S. was rebuilt in under 24 hours. So we bombed that bridge in northeast Iran, And it's just because we don't want China getting the oil. But it's already back up and running. Apparently, Clavicular and Benjamin Netanyahu are reportedly dating. Interesting development. Here's Iran's Revolutionary Guard saying that it set fire to destroy a U.S. military logistics and support center in Kuwait's Mina Abdullah port, an industrial and refining area south of Kuwait City. Missile alert sirens sounded in Bahrain, home to the U.S. Navy's Fifth Fleet for not much longer, I would say. And Kuwait, which hosts U.S. Army forces. Yeah, he thinks he can fix them. Missile alert sirens sounded in Bahrain on Wednesday morning as both faced incoming Iranian fire. Look at that drone. You saw that drone? Boom. Circulating footage shows the claimed impact. This Jewish rabbi says Jews were kicked out of 109 countries because they've been on the side of light throughout history. It's not the world, guys. It's not the Jews, it's the world. The world's wrong.
109 countries. Well, Jewish people were kicked out of 109 countries, so 109 countries aren't wrong. There must be a problem with you. Here's my response.
Here's my response. The problem is not me, it's you. My response is, nuh-uh.
It's not 109 countries. It's much, much more than that throughout history.
Okay. All right. This is off to a bad start for you. This guy would make a terrible lawyer.
There has been a war in the world, a battle between light and dark.
Yes, we know Jews and non-Jews, light and dark. We get it. Good and bad. We know Shlomo.
Good and bad. If you want to know which side the Jewish people are on, it's very simple. You simply have to look at who the enemies were. Who kicked them out? The Nazis, Stalin, Hamas, Ahmadinejad, ISIS.
Stalin did not kick out the Jews.
All those that try to eradicate the Jewish people, basically.
Who else do you say? Ahmadinejad, ISIS was made by Israel. ISIS is Israel. What are you talking about?
All those that try to eradicate the Jewish people, basically, if you know who they are, you know which side the Jewish people have been on.
You said 109 countries, and then you said it's way more than 109 countries, and then you said, well, look at who kicked out the Jews. You just see, judge me by my enemies is what this Jew is saying, and he listed 4. He said Nazis, Stalin, Hamas, Ahmadinejad. So those are Hamas and Ahmadinejad are both Palestinians. You know, you could just say Palestine. Okay, Stalin, that's dubious. The Nazis, okay, maybe you have a case there. ISIS was created by Israel, so wrong again. So he says 109 countries, but it's actually way more than that. But meanwhile, let me just name 4 or 5 entities, of which only one is actually you could make a legitimate claim against. But Stalin, okay, Hamas, Ahmadinejad, those are both, they're fighting against occupation. So we can perfectly well understand what the antagonism was in that, what the historical antagonism was in that case. ISIS, again, not a good answer for obvious reasons. So, yeah, your examples are shit, and therefore your argument is shit.
Ahmadinejad, ISIS, all those that try to eradicate the Jewish people, basically, if you know who they are, you know...
You clearly don't, because you can't name them.
...which side the Jewish people have been on. And so, throughout history, we have been on the side of light And that's why we've been kicked out of 109 countries. And all along the way, there have been upstanding, good human beings that knew the difference between good and bad. And these are people who believe in and appreciate the 7 Noahide laws. They understand there's a God, there's a morality, and there's basic human principles that cannot be negotiated.
Yeah. The 7 Noahide laws. I'm pretty sure those are the laws that say that Amalek shall be destroyed. All the Goyim are servants of the Jews. That's what I'm trying to say, man. That's what I'm trying to say. He's like, I just can't get over the fact that he's like, people say that we got kicked out of 109 countries, so 109 countries can't be wrong. Well, to that I say it wasn't 109. It was actually way more. But here's why the Jews were right. It's not a very good argument. Yeah, when everybody says you're wrong and you still persist, that's crazy. There's no self-reflection. There you go. I learn more about religious history against my will every day in the live stream Palestinian genocide. Noah was never given commandments. That's true. It's from the Talmud. The 7 laws of Noah, the Noahide laws, are a set of universal moral imperatives derived from the Talmud. Do not worship idols. Do not curse God. Do not murder. You hear that, Israelis? According to your own Talmud laws, you're not supposed to murder. But then you know what they'll say? Ah, yes, but there is a loophole. Do not engage in illicit sexual relations. I don't think raping a Palestinian detainee with a stick and a dog counts. Pretty sure bestiality, they said that was bad in the Talmud, if you can believe that. Do not steal. Well, don't tell Israelis not to do that. That's... and they won't exist. Do not eat the flesh of a living animal in established courts of justice. So there you go. They can't even follow their own fucking Noahide laws. That's what I'd like to tell that rabbi. What about the law that says do not moida and do not steal? And do not engage in illicit sexual relations? Hello? You guys have formalized grape as a policy in the Israeli government. What are we talking about here, Shlomo? Okay. Well, we did 4 hours. We hit the 4-hour mark. That is my time. I want to thank my sponsors. Saeed Pack, our Arabian man of mystery out there in the Middle East. We thank you for always supporting the stream, as well as countless others. And here's my little kitty boy. He doesn't want to stay up here, though. He's been sitting on my lap, enjoying my light caresses. Thank you, Lolo, Alita, Pete the Feet, Turbo Johnny. Mr. Pink would like to thank my mother. Thanks, Thugbone, Lee, Russian Wilson. Thanks to Obi-Wan, J-Jax, Raven's Tongue, Lurley, and any other moderators that I forgot. Feuderucci, Eyeballs, Jack Walk, Kate Game, Demu Borgier, probably butchered that. Girthy Goy, of course. Always nice to see you. Salad Noodles. You guys are all winners in my book, all right? I don't care what they say about you. I think you're good people. Whenever they talk bad about you, I never believe them. I just want you to know that, okay? And they do. They talk bad about you a lot. But I always stick up for you. Thanks, Valentine. Thanks, all of you. Don't forget to like this live stream on your way out here. Tap the subscribe button. You know this is my new page. Rathbone live streams is my new thing here. Since I got suspended, we're up to 2,200 followers here. Trying to get to 10K. This will be my main live stream page from here on out. So I would appreciate it if you followed it and leave me some kind comments. It helps. I think especially as I'm trying to apply for monetization, that might look good for whatever YouTube algorithm gods. I don't know how they sanction this, but I do know that positive comments work wonders. I'll be back tomorrow on Wednesday. Thank you, Boxing Goat. I mean, yeah, we've been banned so much since October 7th. I've gotten banned like dozens of times across multiple platforms. So there's nothing new. We're trying to get sophisticated here and all of that. I also have a Patreon page if you want to support me there. Sorry, shameless sponsoring, shameless self-promotion, I should say. Patreon, Twitch, and this YouTube page. So without further ado, I hope you have a wonderful evening. Thank you once again, and I will see you all tomorrow. Hope you'll be back, and we'll do more noticing, okay? Good night, everybody. Peace and love. Have a wonderful night.
Rathbone has to go to bed. It's time to tuck your little head. Good night, good night. Buenos noches, buenas noches.